Hello, everyone. Let me see here. Hello, and welcome to our third and final day of our 2020 Vendor Summit, or FreeBSD Vendor Summit, I should say that. Today's schedule, we've got several things on our schedule today. We're going to start with a talk from Alexander from NetApp. After that, we're going to have our 13.0 planning session and then a 14.0 kind of planning / brainstorming session. Finally, we'll have Luca host a discussion group to talk about his container system that he works on. And then after that, we're going to have our social hour on a separate Zoom meeting. So it should be a fun day for our final day to close this out. So first, let me start off let's turn it over to Alexander for the talk he's going to give from NetApp.
Hello, good morning, good evening.
Good morning, just a second.
Okay.
Oh, could you turn your video on actually?
Ta-da.
There we go. All right, you're live.
Awesome. Good morning. I am gonna share my presentation. Great, okay. This morning I'm gonna talk about Ontap at FreeBSD, kind of an update on where we are. I gave a talk pretty similar to this at the last Dev Summit a year ago. So I'll refresh everyone, make sure we're all on the same page and kind of give an update as to where we are. About me, I've been at NetApp for a bit over 10 years, worked in Ontap performance and now in the operating systems group. I'm currently leading this project on FreeBSD currency. There we go. So really quick, what is Ontap? It started out as kind of a storage server, basic, file services, but really now it's much bigger than that. It's a data management solution. Provides fast, reliable, resilient access to your data, various efficiencies and multiple protocol accesses. You can manage it easily, and it really runs everywhere. Custom hardware, in a VM, in the cloud. Why FreeBSD? We've heard this from several vendors already this week. Why choose FreeBSD? We have a history with FreeBSD. A lot of our, I think, custom embedded OS back in the day was based off of FreeBSD because no one really wants to write their own operating system from scratch. But over time, we wanted to get out of the write the operating system game, and by now, in today's Ontap, it really is FreeBSD. We have custom kernel modules and plenty of custom applications, but we're running FreeBSD as the OS. We do customize it heavily, and that's kind of what I'm talking about today and what the point is of this talk. So by the numbers, because everyone loves numbers, and pretty graphs that go up and to the right, except this is not the kind of graph that you want to go up and to the right. This shows the number of customizations that we make to the FreeBSD base system over time by release. No actual releases are on there because you don't need to know. But you can see that it's continuing to go up. At this point, we have about 11,000 custom blocks. So that's either some we've changed in FreeBSD or something we specifically added to the FreeBSD source. And that translates into technical debt as we try to keep up with FreeBSD. Just real quick, so you don't get confused as I talk about and use these terms. When I say baseline, I'm talking about the version of FreeBSD that we are currently synced to in Ontap. A NetApp patch is a block of code, so it's, you could think of it in terms of C code. It's an if-def patch to the source file. An upstream patch, conversely, is actually an entire SVN revision that's cherry-picked on top of our baseline. And then rebasing is just changing our baseline from one version to another. So how do we kind of stay sane with all these modifications and changes to FreeBSD within Ontap? We strictly identify every single patch that we make. So that means wrapping it in a pound define, and then also classifying those patches to determine whether or not it's something that is proprietary to NetApp, if it can be upstreamed, if it is a customization of some SVN that needs to be brought back in, etc. This is a rough breakdown of those classifications on the right. I personally believe that the 47% classified as NetApp IP is a little high, but that's education work within the Ontap engineering group to really figure out what is our core value add that we don't want, what's our secret sauce we don't want to give away, and what can be given out to reduce our overhead. We also have a bunch of tooling. So we have a database that tracks our FreeBSD baseline plus the upstream patches that we've cherry-picked on top of it. We have tools to help rebase our NetApp patches from one version to another. And then we have a lot of tools that validate the baseline and patch, upstream patches that we've cherry-picked are the only thing that's in the file. We don't want to let other content sneak into the source code and not know where it came from, because when it's time to merge forward, it can become a big problem. One thing to note here is that we do have a very robust and mature development infrastructure within NetApp. We rely on it quite heavily in our development process for FreeBSD, whether it's a build infrastructure or testing infrastructure. It is robust, and it's very nice to have. So going forward, talking about how do we kind of live on head, this is significantly based on the work that Netflix has done and shown to prove to work in production. I highly recommend everyone to go watch Jonathan Looney's reflections on running FreeBSD head in production. It's a presentation he gave. It's on YouTube. We've talked with them and worked with them to learn from their experience and figure out how we can do the same thing for Ontap. So really what this means is that we are on the tip of the head branch, roughly 6 to 12 weeks behind FreeBSD. Current is where we would like to be. We don't have to jump from one stable branch or release branch to another, which just is a painfully long process. Instead, we could just kind of incrementally walk forward as FreeBSD walks forward. And that continuous incremental merging allows us to do it more frequently, and it allows us to do it with fewer resources, which means that we can spend time doing more interesting things than just merging. The key, I think, is automating. You got to automate all the things, and I put it there 3 times because it really is important. We don't want to spend time doing mundane tasks like git merge, whatever you might call it for your revision system, but you want to spend the time doing the hard things, figuring out how to integrate the new feature, add new functionality, do things that are actually interesting and not just code maintenance. So we expect the tooling and the automation to merge, to build, to test, to review it, and even submit it. We're not there yet. Right now, we obviously have tooling for doing for bringing the patches in and doing the rebasing. We have tooling for building and testing, but there are things that we can do to automate the process and really reduce the overhead for the team that's doing this work. And the second, or fourth on this slide, but really the second side to this equation is reducing the amount of technical debt we have. To me, all patches are technical debt, even if it's proprietary and value add, it's still technical debt because we have to carry it forward constantly. So if we're living 6 to 12 weeks behind FreeBSD, we shouldn't really have any upstream patches that we've cherry picked on top of that. Perhaps we will, because we don't want to sync forward to the current latest revision just to get a bug fix. So obviously there will be opportunity for having some upstream patches, but they should be pretty minimal. As far as minimal NetApp patches, this is where the definition of minimal can be stretched. Right now, we're in the tens of thousands of patches. So if we can get down to, in the low thousands, then I think we're hitting success. And that just means that we have to change how we customize FreeBSD, as in we don't customize it, or we push a lot of our customizations upstream, or we just figure out better ways, refactor the code we have to not be so integrated. So fundamentally, what I'm talking about is these two things. It's merging to the head of line, to the tip of head, and reducing our NetApp patches. So this is an iterative process, and I want to kind of give you guys a peek into how we've done it, where we've seen success and where we've seen challenges. So what we're talking about, like I said, is incrementally walking the Ontap baseline forward on head. What we've settled on is about 3-week sprints, 1-person-ish teams, and 1-week-ish chunks. And they're all ished because reality is reality. Our goal is to be able to do 6 weeks of SVNs, and to do that within 3 weeks. So roughly twice the speed of normalcy, so we can get caught up. Right now, we're about 2 years behind if you look at our baseline. So we started this process at the February 2018 baseline, and we're currently at July 2018. And if you're good at date math, which I'm not, so I've done it already, that's about 5 months of progress, 5 months of merges within 8 months of work, which again, if you're good at math, that's a negative velocity. So we have to speed up. And that's one of our challenges, is figuring out how to improve our process and improve our collective knowledge to do this better. We started out with 3-person teams and found that it's a fairly single-threaded operation, and 1 person driving it is kind of all that we need. We have an additional team member to do some work kind of on the sidelines, but for the most part, it's 1 person that's doing this, which is honestly a big improvement from how the big, what I would call forklift merges from going from stable ranch to stable ranch used to be, where it took several dozen members to get that done, and it took a year to do it. So the success of this approach so far, we found that it works well with both senior and junior engineers, varying degrees of experience in FreeBSD. Everyone is able to successfully do this continuous merging. The tooling has been very helpful. We do rely very heavily on what I call an auto heal infrastructure, auto heal layer, where at NetApp, when you check in code into Ontap, there's a whole suite of things that happen to verify that the code is good, and if anything is detected as being bad, we bisect it out automatically. So when you check out a version of the Ontap development branch, you can be confident that it's going to work. So for our project here in getting to FreeBSD current, it's something that we depend on. We don't have to worry about doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tests for every check-in. We do our due diligence, we check it in, and if something's bad, it gets backed out, we fix it and check it in again. And the other thing that we found is working well is when we run into a revision that is causing us problems, maybe it conflicts too much with some NetApp patches, or we found some failures during pre-submit testing, we can actually skip over it. So, you can think of our rebasing as just cherry picking each revision one after the other after the other. And if we find something that doesn't work, we can try to skip over it. And you might think that, oh, that's odd. Like, how does that work? How can you skip something in the baseline? And it is a little counterintuitive, but it does work. Obviously, there are some revisions that you can't skip over, because if you skip it, you can't move forward. And that's actually the first challenge I have listed here, that if the hole remains too long, eventually you'll find another revision that depends on it. which then forces you to create another hole, and it kind of starts snowballing. So that's something we have to kind of refocus on, is driving down those holes as quickly as possible. Another area that we're currently working on improving is the in our auto heal layer. Every team and subsystem kind of owns their own testing, and there are some areas that lack sufficient auto heal testing and coverage, and so we can't be confident that when we check something in that touches that area, it's going to be sufficiently tested. So that slows us down because we obviously don't want to be breaking things. There's risk there. And we have to work with those teams to either improve their auto heal coverage, come up with a different solution for those areas. So, moving forward with this process, we're going to be obviously improving tooling, adding more automation, because that will ideally speed us up quite a bit. And one of the solutions that we're thinking about with these areas that don't have good test coverage is to kind of move those pieces of code out of the continuous merge process. It's I don't know how to explain that any better. Ask me later and we can chat, and I'll try to explain that better. So again, pretty graphs. This is the green line is at the baseline. So the left axis, y-axis is the revision, FreeBSD revision, and then the bottom x-axis is the time. Essentially, it's the Ontap build date. So this is our progress of moving the baseline forward over time. You can see some long periods of stagnation, and that obviously affects our velocity. But we have holidays, and we have branch releasing and or release branching, and so that slows us down as we stop making continuous merge check-ins. And to see that in terms of velocity, I define the velocity here as being it's a six-week trailing average of the number of SVNs that we have added to our baseline per week. So the red line is FreeBSD's velocity. It hovers between mid hundreds to just under 200, and in our Ontap baseline velocity kind of it's also very up and down. But if we are able to achieve in the high 200s, 300 SVNs per week range of velocity, then we will be able to catch up in a reasonable amount of time. Right now, in our current, that far right dot on the green graph, if we stayed at that velocity, it would take us, 5 or 6 years to catch up with the head of line. That's not acceptable for any of the engineers working on the project, let alone upper management who don't want to be doing this forever. So that's one half of it, how to merge to the head of line. The other half is reducing our technical debt, the number of NetApp patches we have. So this process is, it's what you would expect. We need to port the changes that we have from our Ontap baseline, which is 2 years old, onto head, build it, test it, do some internal reviews to make sure that we're okay with publishing the content, getting it externally reviewed, so FreeBSD is okay with accepting the content, and then submitting it and bringing it back into Ontap as a cherry-picked SVN, which essentially replaces all of our NetApp patches with the upstream equivalent. And as our baseline moves forward, they kind of get subsumed. So that's the overall process. What we've done so far, it's a modest success here. We have been engaged with a certain FreeBSD consulting company that you may have heard a talk from yesterday on helping us get this process streamlined and working well. They've, in seriousness, Clara has been very helpful in teaching us how to think about open source differently and what kind of content is appropriate for upstreaming. It's not an easy task, right? Teasing apart Ontap from FreeBSD and figuring out why did we even make this change, 13, 15, 20 years ago. It's a hard thing to do. But they've been very instrumental in getting this process moving forward. The number of patches that we've basically eliminated, it's a little over 100, but considering that we have a little over 10,000 patches in total, it's a 1% decrease, which is not at all bad. So we have a lot of work to do, and we want more of our internal NetApp engineers to be able to do the work. So part of this process is building up the internal infrastructure and expertise to do it ourselves and not have to rely on just Clara or the grace of the community, but really to do this ourselves. So we have engineers from different layers in the networking stack and the operating system group all working towards getting commit bits. We've got some engagement with FreeBSD developers for mentorship, and we are building up our internal infrastructure. It's the maturity of the Ontap development environment is really extremely Ontap specific. I mentioned before that all of our development and building happens on Linux, so we're a little like a fish out of water when we're trying to do FreeBSD development. So building up that the tooling inside to make that successful is important, and it's a big task for us. But as we're doing this, Ontap development is continuing. We don't yet have a good disciplined approach to open source software. Our development branch is a monolithic repository, and all the source code lives in it, and everything gets built when you build Ontap. So the FreeBSD source is there, and developers are used to just being able to go in and touch a file and modify what they want, change the interface, add a field without really any repercussion. And so we need to relearn how to do that. I like to say it's taking our hand out of the cookie jar and learning to buy our cookies with actual time and money. Yeah. So the last thing I want to mention here, NetApp has a history of FreeBSD involvement, but since Peter Grahan's tenure in the 2012-2013 timeframe, NetApp has, for the most part, been working entirely independently. We recognize that active participation in the community is important, not just for the FreeBSD project, but for us. And so we want to foster that connection. We want to build a community of other vendors or consumers that build production systems off of the head branch, and really have a dialogue, have communication and connection. So this is still up for discussion, but the thinking is, have quarterly meetups to discuss the latest issues or disruptive changes, share experiences and to learn from each other while living at head. So if you're interested, this is my email address. Please email me, let me know what you think. And that's it. I did not have the QA thing open. I don't see any questions, but if there are any questions, happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you for the time.
I'm looking to see if we have any questions on IRC or YouTube at the moment.
Okay.
It looks like there are some questions, so I'll try to look at them and relay them.
Sounds good.
So one question is, are there any specific kind of pain points you've encountered while merging?
Yeah, I mean, one recent example is so our network stack is highly customized, uh, both in terms of just how we process a connection, um, but also just in the threading model and locking models. And so when changes like during the BSD 12 timeframe, there was a change to the socket locking. It used to be just one lock for, I think, send and receive, and then it split out into separate locks. That threw us for a loop because we accessed that lock and used it for other things. Took us a long time to resolve that. Or the epoch locking change that came in 2018 timeframe. That's again throwing us for a loop. So things like that. One of the bigger issues we've seen is related to iflib and the Intel drivers that depend on that, and in our testing, not finding high enough quality in the version that was available, and having to figure out other solutions to still release Ontap with a high quality Intel driver, while the FreeBSD, essentially baseline, even the current baseline, not having a high enough quality in iflib. And obviously networking is hard. It's a hard thing to test. And it's a hard thing to really make sure you have high enough confidence in what you're releasing. So there's no blame there. It's a hard thing. And so that was iflib was one of those things that we have spent a lot of time on, fixing bugs and trying to tune performance and still release a high quality product. I see some other questions on the Q&A in Zoom. From Kirk, can you describe the sort of tools that you feel will help you automate your merging to head? So the tooling we have right now, it requires you type a command and say, bring this SVN in or these sets of SVNs, apply the patch, check for consistency, rebuild, test it. The tooling does the apply of the patch, and it can launch a build for you, but beyond that, it doesn't. There's no pipeline, and I think pipelining is going to help us because a lot of times the patch applies cleanly, no problem. Okay, well, what's next? Well, now you have to go run the build command. Oh, the build can be no problem. Well, what's next? Now you have to go run the test command. So just very simple pipelining like that would help a lot, but also the detection of more intelligent detection of conflicts. So the patch applies cleanly, but it touches a block that is NetApp customized. We've copied that block somewhere else in the code and customized it. Well, how do we detect that the non-NetApp version of that block has changed in upstream, and now we need to apply the same fix to our copy? Stuff like that will help us make progress, detect when the person driving, the engineer driving the process needs to actually get to the terminal and do some work versus automating that pipeline to go from here's the set of SVNs I want to apply, build it, test it, submit it for review, check that we've gotten all the reviews without any comments needed, submit the thing. That is my ideal. The whole thing happens with very minimal intervention, human intervention. I do have a Twitter account. Personally, I don't use it for much. The question came from Sasha. NetApp also has a Twitter account, which is more interesting, but it's also more marketing. So as far as technical content coming out of NetApp, I'm not really sure about Twitter. Were there any other questions on IRC?
Yeah, so another question we have is, what do you think about the impending migration to Git for FreeBSD, and how is that going to affect your workflow? And do you think that'll be a positive effect or a neutral effect or a negative effect, or you don't know yet?
At a bare minimum, we'll have to update our tooling to accept Git hashes as a reference ID for a a change coming in from upstream. Right now, we rely on the SVN revision ID. But beyond that, it shouldn't affect us too much. Now, saying that, the way we currently use and import FreeBSD content, we mirror the GitHub repository, and then we ingest every Git commit into a Perforce repository, and then we use Perforce to integrate changes from that import repository into our Ontap repository. So it's too many steps, too many layers. When we update the tooling to support Git commit hashes, ideally we would also do away with our Perforce import repository and just do a straight patch apply from the Git diff into our Ontap source tree.
Is there anything we as a project can do as part of our migration that would make your life less painful?
The migration for the Git. If, I know I've mentioned this a couple of times and asked the question yesterday, and we've had discussions in email. If the project supported some sort of generation ID that is unique, that can be referenced instead of Git commit hashes and is monotonically increasing, that would make it a lot easier to do the work of converting to using Git as the source of truth instead of subversion IDs. But I think that technically it's possible to do it either way, and it just requires more work one way or the other. It's not a have to. Yeah. I personally think that it would be a lot better for all downstream consumers if we had a monotonically increasing generation ID for the source code in base, but it's not impossible to do it without, obviously, because there are plenty of other projects that do that.
So I think that's all the questions we have for now. So thank you very much for talking. And I think we'll go into our first break of the morning. And after that, we'll come back and talk about planning for FreeBSD 13, which is going up in a couple of months. So thank you again, Alexander.
You're very welcome. Cheers.
Okay, so let's get ready and go head off to our first break, and we'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, everyone, welcome back. So our next session that we're going to work on today is a planning session for 13.0 release that's coming up. And so our current schedule for 13.0 is that we will be creating the stable 13 branch in January with a release date scheduled around March. So this discussion is more about what are the things that we think we need to get done in the next few months. I'm going to start with actually looking at a kind of brainstorming session we had regarding 13.0 I guess last year in BSD Can. So let me pull it up on my other display. Oh dear. Give me just a second. Apologies. Zoom has decided that it can't tell me which Safari window it wants to show me. I don't wish to play roulette with deciding which window it wants to show. So I have to close several. Still coming. Okay, I finally got this thing into submission. All right, so what I wanted to start with today is not showing you a thing about how to use HackMD. What I wanted to start with before we start talking about what's left to work on for 13 is kind of looking over what would happen, or what we've worked on, and kind of what we were planning on working on over the past year or so, and kind of what progress we have or have not made in that time. And in particular, I made a pass over this earlier today to try to look at things that I was pretty sure we had committed already to 13 but haven't. But if there are things that you see and you want to either type in the chat or something and let me know which ones are already done, or actually I should say even better, if you go to the wiki page with the schedule, you can find the links for the 13 and 14.0 session there. The 13 session currently takes you to this page, which has a link itself back to the notes from the previous time. And if you go to there and you switch into edit mode, you can actually help edit these things for me as we go through. So if you look at our notes from BSD Can 2019, some of the things we've gotten done Some of the things I'm not sure if we have gotten done that are listed here. And if folks want to edit this, they can fix them if there are things here on this list. Like I don't know if Warner has actually killed PC Card or not. I know he killed a bunch of PC Card drivers. I don't know if he killed all of PC Card itself. I can't remember. And I know Kirk has made a lot of progress on making UFS more resilient when we do forcible unmounts. So I don't know if that, but I don't know if that is fully done or not, or if that's still in a partial state. More of these I don't know quite done. I know the ptrace reg set is not done. I don't know the status of SDIO for Raspberry Pis. I believe there are some bits that are committed, but I'm pretty sure the Wi-Fi does not yet work, is my understanding. I know that S0ix for like idle sleep is not committed. Oop, somebody has marked one committed. That's excellent. So those were things, this was the list of things that people said they had and were ready to go, or kind of in a candidate for merging. We also had lists of things that people felt they needed in the next 2 years. And fewer of these are ones that I think were already merged. And I know that you're right, some things are kind of partially done. I know that the test coverage in QEMU is a little better. I was recently able to run our test suite in QEMU for some of the work I was doing, and I didn't necessarily see a ton of timeouts, but I don't know if that's fully resolved in terms of what Brooks was asking about. In terms of some of these others, I don't know what progress has been made on some of these as well. I'm not aware of progress on any of these. And then the last list that we went over a year and a half or so ago were things that people didn't, they would just be nice to have. They weren't critical to doing, they knew they'd been in 13 for some product or service they were going to provide on top of 13, but they would be really nice to have. And unfortunately, we have to scroll a little bit here. I will, not that I really did it, but this third item on the list, I know it's a Zoom call, we can't all hear each other, but we should all be really excited that source contrib GCC is no longer with us. It has gone on to its great reward in the source code somewhere, but it is dead. Hallelujah. Amen. I believe Brooks actually has retired the drivers that he was talking about here, but I wasn't sure, so I've left it as not done yet. Similarly, I'm not sure if Warner removed old CAM drivers, old SCSI drivers. I did remove almost all of the crypto that I wanted to, and the bits I haven't are marked for deprecation for 14. Some of these other questions, I'm not sure if there's been any progress on them. For example, I'm not quite sure if flip documentation is better than when Jason had asked about this before. I don't think we are at the point without having to fiddle with pins and hints to get sound working. Okay, Spark 64, however, is gone. We can declare that one done. Also in the great source code repository in the sky. And some more of these. I'm not aware of any of these being fully done, or I'm just not aware. Okay, that was the full list of things that I saw, and I haven't seen any other major updates. So given that, and kind of also maybe if some of this refreshed your memory of things that you would like, any of you would like to see in 13, let's move on to actually talking about what we are planning to work on before 13.0 ships. Now keep in mind, our schedule is that we're supposed to release in March and that the branch is created in January. So really these are, at this point, you need to have something you can get into the tree and have it be useful and stable in the order of like 2 months. And we do have like holiday season coming up for many of us. So you better have it in pretty good shape. But what are some things people have that they would like to get done before 13.0 is released? And I know I can list one that I've been working on in conjunction with Core and some other folks, but is not fully nailed down, which is kind of having i386 be a tier 2 architecture for 13.0 and exactly what that looks like, what that means, and setting the right story for what that means in terms of not, what exactly what does it mean and what does it not mean? But that's definitely still something I need to help nail down. So that's kind of the first thing that we need to have. Might not be the right name. It's more like what things we need to get done. So I'm not going to be the owner for that one if someone wants to add it. But what are some other things people have? You can either submit things on as Q&A in the chat. And I see we have one here I'll get to in a second. Or if you would just like to talk, you can raise your hand. And once you raised your hand as an attendee, we can give you a chance to talk. So one, I can go ahead and say the one we currently have a question for from IX Systems. It is, what's the status of package base and the work that needs to be done? So I guess it's kind of a, I mean, I'm not sure who else wants to, if someone would like to answer that one. I don't see a hand because someone would need to own. So Nick, are you going to own package base, or who would be the person who would own package base work? That might be Ed. Maybe Ed would like to contribute, would like to speak. I don't see him actually on the Zoom at the moment. Beta package base. Okay, someone's adding that. Oh, Manu. Okay, I'm happy to have Manu own it. Oh, and a question mark. Outstanding. Okay. So that was, and Manu also listed DRM for ARM work. I have another question here in the Q&A. Let's see. Nick also asked about, some work that I have for Beehive to rework its configuration. We should put that on the list. So you can call it Beehive configuration and you can put me as the owner. Oh, and Ed, I'm sorry, I can see here on our chat, Ed had a power outage, so he will rejoin us when he is able.
I'm back on now.
Oh, there you are. That was a pretty brief power outage, it would seem, thankfully.
Well, it was only 3 or 4 seconds. I think we get squirrels sacrificing themselves relatively regularly to the transformer deities occasionally.
Well done, squirrel. That's got to be a lovely smell in the morning. Okay, what are some other things that folks have? Normally I could call on folks in the room, but this is not quite the same. I have too many computers open. Oh, yes. Mark Lemon mentioned a thing we need to try to fix for 13 is resolving ports that depend on F no common, since LLVM11 changed to having F common as the default. And I don't know who owns that. I think it's a collective ownership, and I don't know if that's like a, we actually think that's a need. That might be a need. Oh.
Yeah.
Fixed ports for F common, and that's a collective ownership. A couple other things people added, including an image building for Azure directly in release build, and Lee Wen is put down for that. Hopefully that means Lee Wen has volunteered to do that. I don't know if someone else has volunteered Lee Wen to do that on his behalf. And then we have Warner down as updating UEFI boot blocks. Do you want to somewhere say more what you mean by that, Warner, and what that entails? I could let you talk if you're on, actually. Oh. Oh, you raised your hand. Go ahead, Warner.
Okay, good. That's the right speaker. This is the uploading the EFI program that is in the ESP that we don't do as part of install world.
Right. This is related
do
to
this.
kind of,
I've got the script mostly written.
and this related to using loader.efi directly and the ESP instead of boot1.efi.
Yeah, basically, there's half a dozen different ways we've done the ESP, and it's a complete clusterfuck right now, because we've got anyway. I could talk at length about this, but we have other things to do here. But that's what this is, to update the bootloader and the EFI partition.
Okay. And I think we're aware that we're not going to have a magical all-singing magic script that handles every case, but we can perhaps do
Right, and there's
guidance
the
for other
install world integration that may or may not happen depending on how good the script is, and this is going to be, if we do it by default, it'll be a DWIM violation, and if we don't do it by default, it'll be a DWIM violation. So,
Yes. Wonderful types of problems to have.
yeah, so it's going to be one of those things that probably is opt-in and probably is explicit, which of the three things that you want to have happen. But it needs to be automated because there's a lot of people that run into this. Most recently, when we had some changes needed for OpenZFS that were included in the boot blocks for a long time when we switched over, because we planned ahead, except people hadn't updated. So when they switched over to the new ZFS stuff, they couldn't boot anymore. So, I mean, those are the kinds of issues we'll run into if we don't do this.
Okay.
So is that enough background? Should I?
No, I think that covers it. Brooks mentioned one that has also been added as a need, which is something we need to, it's a several parties need. And I know several have various opinions, which is we need to nail down the long-term solution for dealing with kernel modules that live in ports that have dependencies on kernel APIs where we can't really provide stable binary compatibility across minor releases. And depending on what the shape of that is, we may need to implement some changes before 13.0 so that it works right for the 13 branch.
Yeah, we should find some way to have a group discussion about that is productive, because the only solution I found that works is always recompile the modules every single time, no matter what, and don't even try to provide them as a binary thing. But the always part gets kind of hard because there's a lot of upgrade paths and stuff. So we should talk through that and see if we can get that working, and then maybe optimize by providing a binary for some common cases. But yeah, that is something we need to figure out for 13.
Do you think you're willing to put Core on the line as owning that and driving that to completion?
I'll put my name /core on the line for that.
Okay. Does someone put down Warner's name? Oh, even better. Yes, outstanding. Okay. So that was one Brooks had. I had one come up here in the chat. Okay, hang on, George. Someone asked in the chat, can we, Chuck Tufley, so this is a have, not a need, says that he has it's a driver, so that's interesting. Linuxulator, so I don't know if that means Linux KPI, like in kernel, or something in Etherspace, but a driver for Linux NVMe CLI compatibility. Not KPI, so it's just a binary? Okay. And in particular, NVMe -CLI, which I guess is some command you run in Linux. Okay. That Chuck has. All right. Let's see what else.
Yeah, that's different than the CLI compat stuff that I was talking about. His actually lets you run the NVMe CLI command.
Directly. It just
directly, rather than integrating it in NVMe control.
So is this, Chuck, do you mean you have like fixes for the Linux compat layer itself that NVMe CLI needs?
That's what he has. He basically has the there's a half a dozen different things that you need to do. This is to run it natively on FreeBSD as well.
Right, exactly. Outstanding.
So it's different things for different names that the program expects and different IOCTLs that are a little different than the FreeBSD native ones, and stuff like a lot of stupid stuff like that is different, that doesn't have to be, but is easy to make compat shims for, and Chuck's done a lot of excellent work. The stupid differences are probably my fault. I'm not trying to call, just to be clear, I'm not calling any of Chuck's work stupid. So,
all right, I'm gonna see if I can get over to IRC. What things I might have missed. I need like people in IRC to like put a prefix or something so I can recognize what are things versus what is discussion. Numa VM work. Oh, that was something that was on the list already. Oh, already that was on the old list, and I guess you're trying to get clarity on if that's already done. And Mark thinks that the Numa VM work from last year was already done, or from last time, which Ed has already fixed. Okay. And Adrian says that the F10K driver is a have item. So that would be.
Wait for 13.
That's the claim. So that's okay. By putting your name on the list, it means he can come find you when it doesn't show up. So it's all good. Someone added, Manu also added using MMC cam by default on ARM platforms. Okay. What are some other things people plan to work on in the next 2 months? I guess we're all going to be looking in Christmas stockings for the next 2 months. We're not that far ahead, Adrian. Adrian will hit us in about 20 seconds.
And part of the problem is we can't really tell who's on, can we? Or can we?
But so I'm also checking IRC as well as Zoom chat as well as something else. Okay, so Mark Johnson has something he's added over here in the Zoom chat. One planned item for 13.0 is kernel address sanitizer and kernel memory sanitizer. And Mark, do you plan that for specific architectures, or is that, like, I know we have whatever the C sanitizer, I don't remember what that one is. I know it has ARM64 support. I assume it probably has AMD64 support. Do you know C's concurrency? Thanks, Conrad. Do you know which architectures you might support for KSAN and Kim MSAN? AMD64 initially. Okay. All right. And hopefully ARM64 and possibly RISC-V, but we'll see which ones make. I'll leave it as AMD64 so you can declare when, if that's what you get done for 13. And I have one on IRC, and actually, if you guys actually say JHB on IRC, then my Slack bugs me, so it's a little easier to see. GBE, I think that's your FreeBSD login, is saying that he would like to update OpenBSM. I think that's a need and not a have yet.
That's just synchronizing.
Yeah, just a merge with the current OpenBSM.
On the topic of OpenStar, we need to update OpenSSH in base for 13.
Okay. Do we know if Des is looking at that?
You
You want to reach out to him?
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to be me. I don't think Des has much time at the moment for handling those things.
Okay. And I do not believe that OpenSSL, actually, I can say with confidence, OpenSSL 3 will not ship in time for 13, so we do not have to worry about that. Because that was so much fun last time around.
We will have a new Clang, though, by the time 13 is around. Clang 12 should release by then.
Didn't we just merge 11? Like it's going to be ready by January?
Shortly after that, but before the release.
Okay. So that's a possible have. I want to see EFI has moved to a need, not a have. That's more accurate. The boot blocks change.
We'll also have FreeBSD update for ARM64.
Okay. Is that a close to done like a have, or is that something that will be done but has not started yet?
It's a have. Mitchell Horn found a few bugs that need to get resolved, but other than that, it just works.
Yeah, the ports 12 or the Clang 12 ports item might gate and block Clang 12 if we're trying to get that all done by January.
Yeah, I don't anticipate any significant new fallout from 12 over 11. I'm not aware of anything in the no common kind of scope that we're going to need to address. Obviously, we do obviously need to investigate and ensure that's the case, but I don't think it's going to be substantial.
Okay, it's just a risk item is mostly why I'm noting it.
Yeah, it's definitely something.
We're poor about noting risk items in the past, I've noticed.
That's probably true. We depend on the person volunteering to assess that. But I think experience teaches us that major toolchain updates require a good bit of testing, experiments, and all sorts of things. Ruslan BR mentions that he has ARM system MMU support, and I know that's a have definitely, because I know some of the changes have already been upstreamed, and more of those are in review. And Constantine's been helping a lot with reviewing those. I have not been as active in reviewing those.
Is there a one-sentence summary of what system MMU is and how it's different than the normal?
That's effectively the IOMMU on ARM.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
kind of like VTD. So you'll need it for, in particular, we'll need it for Beehive to do things like PCI pass-through and so forth on ARM.
Gotcha.
Mitchell added ARM v8 crypto SHA. Now, some questions about that on IRC. The ARM v8 crypto only currently does AES CBC, and I think there's one. There's an open review to add XTS. But Mitchell, I may want to talk to you about that because I recently added a driver that uses routines from OpenSSL so that we can reuse their kind of optimized assembly routines instead of writing our own. And it should be really easy to extend that to cover the routines that already exist for ARM64 to do SHA there as well, which may mean that we don't have to write our own. So we should perhaps talk about that offline. Cool. And then someone added changing the default version of GCC in ports to 10. Linneman did, as I have. Also, someone is asking if Python's 3 will switch to 3.9 by default for 13. I have no knowledge one way or the other on that one. Someone else will have to ask. I'll have to answer. And Warner asks, you should ask the questions out loud, Warner.
Oh, I was kind of being a smartass. I was just
I
wondering
know,
if
that's why I
Python.
want you to ask this question out loud.
Oh, okay. So is Python 2 actually going to go away, or is there some reason it's not?
I know in the BSD Ports IRC channel, there's one of the things, the topic is a dedicated bug tracking Python 2 death.
Yeah, Mark Linneman just said that basically yes.
I think I might have even finally migrated my little homegrown scripts to 3. I do know, it came up in the discussion, the current EFI firmware for Beehive still uses Python 2, which is unfortunate. And Conrad notes that the Chrome port still depends on Python 2.
Python 2 has to die. So that means someone has to go do the work to remove it, to remove all the dependencies.
So I think the discussion on IRC is that Steve Wills has been doing a lot of the work, actually. And he says he doesn't have Python 2 on his system. And I know I actually have now some systems without Python, like test systems that don't have, only a few packages, and they don't need to anymore. But he says he doesn't use Chromium. I would not be the one to have to deal with Chromium myself.
I say we just turn it off and see who screams.
I'll let someone else deal with that. Okay, do we have other things people are planning to work on for 13.0 in the next few months?
I have a silly question because I don't remember where we are with this, but Spark 64 removal?
It's gone.
Dead.
Okay. You missed that part.
Yes.
We already celebrated that GCC and Spark 64 have moved to the great version control system in the sky.
Okay, just checking.
I don't know if BinUtils is yet ready to move to the great version control system in the sky. That's an Ed question.
It's still in the tree.
Yes, I know. That's why. And I think Ed knows why. Like, use it for like 3 things or something.
Sorry, what was that?
BinUtils 2.17. Why do
It should be gone.
Is it actually gone? Did you actually finally kill it?
GDB is maybe it might be that it provides libbfd and GDB relies on that. The only sort of BinUtils type stuff left is GDB.
And by GDB we mean like just the
6.1
thing for crash info, not really something people should use.
Right.
It's like walking with scissors to use that one.
Yeah, I think it's probably GDB presumably relies on the BFD out of
Oh yes, it uses libopcodes and libbfd and all libliberty and whatnot.
Yeah. Should we just take it out?
I think I would be fine with that. We need to make sure crash info still does something same when it's not around.
Yeah.
Like it should. I think part of the problem is it depends on having something to find the matching kernel. And that you don't actually need KGDB to do. We might be able to use LDB on platforms that have LDB at least to replace that part, and only use KGB from ports to get the stack trace if necessary.
Yeah.
But I do think it's true that new I don't think we build LLDB on all platforms currently. Now, I don't know if it's, and it doesn't need to support like live ptrace debugging. It just needs to be able to print some symbols out of an existing binary. So that way, the only thing that would make it smoother is if we could at least have LDB, enough of LDB enabled on all platforms that the part of crash info that needs to find. So someone should add that, I guess. Can we remove GDB? I don't know what that entails. I guess you can assign it to me/ed. And that's a need, not a have, because it doesn't quite exist today.
Yeah, that's something that really, really needs to happen. The current GDB in the base system is unusable for anything that's non-trivial.
Well, it's also hidden. You have to. It's not in user bin anymore, so you can't find it unless you go out of your way.
Well, that part is at least good.
Yeah, so. That's been true. Spark 64 was the last architecture that couldn't use ports GDB because I never got it to build. So at this point, it's always hidden. So at least it is kind of tucked away in a deep, dark corner where only crash info finds it. I'm trying to follow more. Adrian would like the base system to build with external GCC reliably for 13. Maybe that's a want instead of a have. I mean, it's not a have quite yet. I know we've both been kind of messing with it.
Is that only necessary for MIPS?
No. It's not. Every toolchain no longer needs that. So there's no longer a blocker to removing GCC, and GCC is gone. That's kind of a nice to have. That's why I would say it's a want.
Okay.
I didn't originally have needs or wants on here. Lee Wen mentions a good one that we talked about yesterday, which is having some kind of, do we want to have, and this, I'll let Ed and Warner decide if this is a need or a want, a tool in the base system that can clone, do we get clone or get checkout in the base system itself?
That's probably a need at this point. GOT is almost there. Ed's been working really hard to build it in the base system, so it's somewhere. But it's not quite a have, and it's not maybe fully a need. It's something that's in progress. I don't know where we're putting those.
And we can make it a need. If it's still in progress, it's a need. I mean, need can also be things that aren't even in progress yet.
And I would just, by the way, actually, hold on.
Okay, so just put we'll put it down as a need. And put Ed's name on it, and definitely don't put my name on it.
Oh, you're first.
Just because I know the status and I'm speaking up doesn't mean I'm volunteering to do it.
I'm not on core, and you are. So.
So's Ed.
I can take it myself. There we go.
All right. Fine.
So even though I'm signed in, I can't edit the HackMD thing. Is that correct?
Oh no, you
should be able to edit.
Should be, I mean, it's just a HackMD like normal. All right.
Trying to. I was going to change need to need want, which seemed fairly simple, but it doesn't let me.
I'm just adding a want.
Okay, fair enough.
Brooks is right. I agree with the assessment that the extent we want to build with external GCC, those are wants. I did at least make it so that you can now ask make Tinderbox to do everything with GCC 6, and I have a branch to do it for GCC 9. It doesn't build in all cases, but the ability to try to build as much as we can is there. It's easier for folks to test.
And now I just figured out how to do edits, but now I don't need to. Can I ask why we care about GCC as a compiler at this point, now that everything works in LLVM?
Well, you still get better debug info from GCC, and depending on your workload, you may get better performance for GCC. I mean, that varies by workload for GCC versus Clang.
We definitely want to support compiling with either.
GCC builds also aren't that far away right now. It's it's a lot of either disabling the warnings or fixing the warnings
And like
rather than
I had 6 building fine, and then OpenZFS came in and broke umpteen bazillion things. So we just need some work to catch up.
Okay.
And GCC 9, even before OpenZFS, I was able to build almost everything except that PowerPC 64 hits an internal compiler error and falls over when you try to build with it. So, and we don't have a ARM flavor, 32-bit ARM flavor of GCC 9, but all the other architecture is built with GCC 9. There's one other thing about some Clang will, for subword atomics, Clang will like inline the bits where it kind of does an atomic on a bigger word and uses masking to pick out the byte or half word that you're working on, whereas GCC does not. It wants to do libcalls for those. And so I think maybe MIPS, and I know RISC-V has one instance where it needs a little libcall that we want to use. And I've been playing with trying to get the GCC external toolchain ports to build libatomic and ship with that, but that is not working. It tries to build a libatomic natively using a cross compiler, which makes no sense at all to me whatsoever. But it may be simpler to just write our own couple of little atomic lib calls and stick them in compiler RT for use on like the 1 or 2 platforms where we need it.
Yep.
And for what it's worth, the atomic built-ins in libcompiler RT are atrocious. They just use a lock and single thread everything. They don't even try, like they could be smarter and do the masking thing for subword atomics and they don't. That's kind of dumb. So it may just mean I sit down and write ones that variants for compiler RT that do subword atomics, and that probably fixes what GCC needs. Okay. Trying to catch back up to what people have in IRC. Did we miss writing down the GDB thing in the doc? We did. Thank you, Alan. You're perceptive. Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions on IRC. Is there anything on the YouTube chat? Because I do not have that up myself. Does anyone have that open to look at?
Let me see here. Yeah. A question about providing FreeBSD training. That's not really in scope for this discussion. I see it's been answered there as well. Question: is there a link to this doc? I guess
oh yeah, if someone wants to drop a link.
Yeah, the YouTube folks don't see it.
Well, if we think we have exhausted the set of things to work on for 13, we could take a break for a bit and then come back and have our 14 discussion. We'll have perhaps a bit more time than planned to work on it, but we might have a lot of things we want to work on over the next however many years before 14 comes out. So unless I suddenly see a rush of new things for 13, I think that's what we'll do here in a minute or so.
How long of a break do you want to take, John?
That's a good question.
We're-
On the schedule, we
we're-
had a 10-minute break, but maybe we'll take more like a 15-minute break.
Okay, because we're just at the top of the hour, so 15 after the hour.
Yeah,
Sounds good. Ed, you had something?
Yeah, one thing I think we should do, and I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe it's a separate session we book later on, but have an explicit FreeBSD 13 bug triage. Go through issues that are outstanding that people bring up that we want to try and address for 13.
I
I
mean,
know.
having the okay, John.
One thing we can add and have, there's a lot of backlogged beehive patches that need review and shepherding into the tree. And a good chunk of that is probably on me, but many hands can make light work.
Is that something you need to get like Peter Graham's reviews onto, or is Peter working on that? What's
Peter's working on that too.
Okay.
For me, it's just a matter of, can I get some of my time set aside to do that?
Should we put your name down or his?
I'm going to put both of ours.
Okay. Oh, you're typing. Okay.
Yeah, you can probably hear it, unfortunately.
I should get my gaming keyboard that I got when I thought it would be cool to have a clicky keyboard.
Well, I have one of these, like the Mac that is kind of hosting the screen share has the atrocious keyboard. That's why it's a read-only medium. So
If you want, I can just start typing on my Kinesis while my microphone is on.
it might put us to sleep or something.
It might deafen everyone. Okay, so we're going to come back in 15 minutes.
Yep, I think we'll take a break because I think we've run out of steam on 13, which is fine because we need to not do everything in 2 months. So
I think
let's.
there's
Exactly.
another YouTube question.
Oh, okay. Throw it at me. For us.
I think I posted. Hold on, let me drop it in here.
Oh, okay. I have to switch back because I'm on the wrong Slack.
Yeah, John, it's probably good we've run out of steam. 2 months isn't a lot of time, and the list is kind of long for 2 months.
Yes. Maybe it's a maybe want a gel management tool and base that uses gel.conf, but also has firewall integration.
So is this something we have or something that we want?
Well, it's a maybe want. I think that's probably something that we'll defer to the 14 session, but we'll leave it when we come back. We'll throw that into the kind of we'll put it in the want side of 14. But I think that's probably ambitious for the next 2 months. Okay, so let's come back around 10, 15, so in about 15 minutes or so, and we'll have a little more freedom to brainstorm wild pie in the sky things, somewhat pie in the sky things then. Okay, so I'll see you everybody again in a little bit.
See you in a bit. I think the countdown timer is my favorite part of this.
Nice. All right. I think our break is over. Let me see if I can get the screen share up in less than 30 seconds this time.
Didn't know this was a keyboard competency test, did you, John?
Well, the problem is it's not keyboard.
It's better than it. You know, Zoom roulette's better than chat roulette.
I'm not going there.
Yeah. I mean, I almost played roulette with my Safari windows. I guess if you don't have the permissions on, then Zoom also can't give you useful previews to know what you're actually going to show to anybody. So clearly I haven't actually screen shared from that laptop before, which is a feature. So we did have one late breaking-ish thing for 13, which was Alexander Moten would like to increase max fizz, the maximum size of a single IO request that we submit, disk IO request, from 128K to 1 meg. And he thinks that he can get that in for 13. So we put it in the have case as the last one there. Okay, so for this session, we're going to switch from 13 to 14. You guys have got to, wait a second. And for this session, we're looking, rather than things we can do in the next 2 months, this is more forward-looking. So after 13 is done, or perhaps even working but on it now, but not planning to merge until after the branch is cut, what are some things people are looking to work at and get upstream into the tree? So you have to, there is some realism to it. Within the next, say, 2 or maybe 2.5 years. Then
Could you post the link into the Slack?
I will dig up the link in the Slack. They're all on the wiki page.
Oh, okay.
But we
It was
should,
the wiki.
it does not hurt to drop it in places. Oh, that's the 13 link. Let me find the, nope, that is a 14. But I will drop it in the Zoom Slack, or the Zoom chat. Warner has dropped it, and Alan. And it would be nice if someone could drop it onto YouTube as well for those watching on that platform. Okay, so let's talk about 14. Let's start a bit with things that are more in the have category. So this could be something that you, if you're a vendor, you have a version implemented in-house already, but it's not necessarily in an upstreamable state. It's something you would get, as Alexander talked about with NetApp, it's some technical debt you would like to reduce. So those can be things that are have. Things that are need is something you don't have right now, it doesn't already exist, but you foresee that you will need it for things that you are building on top of FreeBSD 14. And then want is our last category, which is a bit more pie in the sky, but still realistic enough that it by something that's doable within the next, say, 2 to 2.5 years.
I think a good way to think of the wants, by the way, is especially for vendors, are things that means what you want in 14. It might be something you have now, but you can always put it in the want in there, I guess.
So let me talk about the things that are people have already listed. So we have an NV list-based interface for /dev/soundstat, and there's already a review for it. So that seems promising. Hole punching for vnodes, which I think is the ability to sparsify a bit of a file descriptor. And I think I have seen threads, I think, on Arc about some of the proposals, because there's different APIs. I think Linux has an API and Solaris is a different one and so forth. So I've seen that. And we have an owner. So that's an important thing here. If you want to put something on the list, then you have to have someone who's going to be responsible for the thing. We don't get to put things on the list that no one is going to work on, to give it some sense of realism. Or at least you can be a point of contact who can later describe, maybe you're not going to own actually implementing the work, but you can own at least being able to describe later what you meant by it, or if someone wants to work on it, you can own talking to a person who wants to work on it to explain what that thing is. So everything needs a point of contact /owner, or it doesn't go in the list. Other things people have already added. Somebody would like more frequent releases. That's a nice topic.
That's not a technical want.
That's not a technical one.
That's
so
operational thing.
yeah, and well, I don't know if that belongs on the list. It is still a thing to talk about, but it is true. I think Warner is right that the scope we're trying to talk about are things that might turn into a patch that goes into the tree.
Yeah,
As a process.
this is absolutely a topic we need to talk about. It's absolutely something we need to look at, and it's something that moving to Git might enable more easily, but it's something that we don't have right now. It's something beyond the scope for this talk.
Yeah, that scope is what I was kind of getting towards. I think it's probably not in the scope for this discussion.
You know, in addition to things like ZFS, or I'm seeing ZFS down here, more CI or, stuff like that, that's kind of vague, that, are more aspirational goals for the project. I think those would be out of scope as well for this conversation, although those are good things.
And no ponies, seriously.
I didn't add the pony. I just told people where they could get one.
Don't ask George for a pony. He'll send you one.
You may not like the pony you get if you ask George for a pony.
It's a good thing video's not enabled. I'd share the pony that he sent me. Also, don't enable video. You will tempt me too much.
No comment. So I'll retreat back up to have. There is work in progress, and we should add a couple of people to this. Beehive for ARM64. I know Andrew has been doing some work at Cambridge, and the UPB folks have also been doing some work. There's actually an open review already with the work from the UPB folks. Someone should dig up, but we should at least, here, I have a keyboard. I even know how to use it.
Warner, what still has Giant? Like some ancient drivers?
No, the driver framework.
So there's three areas that have it. Our console code with the mess between ATK, keyboard, and mouse has it still. NewBus has it. And there's, I thought, still some weird stuff with the TTYs, although that may be finally gone after the last sweep. Most of the stuff is easy to do. The unwinding the keyboard stuff is probably the hardest thing still. NewBus needs some love, but it's not horrible. It's, it's just work, and it's kind of languished. We should have killed it in 11 or 12.
Well, it's also work that's like, I mean, the things that NewBus protects is all stuff that's not a hot path. So whereas a lot of the work in, say, VM or VFS, those are all motivated by like needs. Aside from the purity of getting rid of Giant, there's not a substantial, it's not like a performance win or anything you get by removing Giant. So you have to do like some tedious work for where the only gain is that you get the distinction of removing a symbol. It's kind
the other thing that removing Giant from NewBus would allow us to do is to pull in our wayward child CAM, which has its own device configuration and enumeration system that's mostly, but not completely, compatible with NewBus. So there's some benefits and from doing that, but again, it's what's there works. Why change it? Because you're not going to get anything any faster. So.
Let me finish going over things people keep adding while we're talking. Manu has added a whole bunch. So DRM in base for AMD. Oh, so pulling DRM back into base, which is another way to fix the kernel module problem. For AMD 64, a video for Linux API, I assume is what that means in the base system as well, and USB video in base. Default to package base. Oh, these are needs. Sorry, yes, okay. Things that people need. So we should kill the frequent releases because that's, well, nice, not quite for what we want to do. Are there specific package-based changes we need? Might be another way to say, maybe default is the right way to describe it. And Manu says that everything he's listed are things he's either started looking at or will do soonish. Fair enough. Then once that we haven't already talked about yet, eBPF. I know, I think Sato-san has knows someone or was doing the work himself, someone who's working at it at least.
He's the most recent person to be talking about eBPF anyway.
Can we volunteer him as the owner?
Sure.
He's not here to say no.
Good point. I mean, he's certainly the first point of contact because he's the last one to touch it.
So what's the relationship between eBPF and dtrace?
Well, I think, so an important thing is that eBPF is just a language. And I think it's more that he had some specific use cases. I don't think it was dtrace. I think it was separate.
Okay.
Because eBPF in Linux, I think, is used with some like System Tap or whatever. It's the wrong name, but I think they have their own tracing framework that uses eBPF as the language on top of the events.
Correct.
Right. When
on top of things.
Yeah, when eBPF comes up, usually people are saying want dtrace-ish things like they have in Linux. So
right.
I just want to see which piece this is, and this is the get eBPF running in the kernel so we can do whatever we want to with it piece.
And I think he had some use, if I remember from the last time I saw Sato-san give a talk on this, maybe Euro last year, I think he had some use cases that were not dtrace or other things. But it would be good to actually list what the use cases are. I mean, it would be like saying having Rust in the kernel, although that does mean having a runtime. But what are the things you would use it for? So just having the tool by itself doesn't motivate doing things. We need to have consumers of the tool. Next up, we have fail-safe ZFS boot code. That was actually on the 13 list from Canada. I guess it's not quite finished then. It has Alan Jude, the same owner. So I hope Alan is volunteering himself to do that.
I think he is.
He has tons of free time, so definitely he's the person.
Oh, and Brooks has his hand up. Thank you, Anne.
Yeah, and we got the boot once part of that done for 13. That's been committed. Netflix sponsored Clara to do that work.
Oh, so Brooks, I think you're allowed to, if you unmute yourself, you're allowed to talk.
Yes. Yeah. I have and some wants to mention.
Okay.
First, a quick want that you can put Ruslan BR by is Panfrost GPU support.
Okay.
For ARM. He's working on it now, but we don't have a timeline. Although hopefully about a year from now we should have it. And also a have is on the Cherry project. We are interested in potentially merging support for ARM's Morello platform, which involves a moderate amount of moderately disruptive change throughout the kernel. Some of the changes are simple refactorings that are easy to maintain. Some other changes are a little harder to maintain, and we would have to commit on our end to keeping things working, which is not a problem, but it would be something we would have to do. So Morello, for those who don't know, is the prototype implementation of Cherry for ARM.
And I'll add myself to that list too, as being willing to work on it at least. Okay. Let me keep going through the list of, and thanks, Anne, for keeping an eye on the hands. Oh, and Alan does an update about CFS. He says, yes, some of the work done, but there is more to do still. Okay. Somebody asked for Samba. I think this, not necessarily Samba, but SMBFS, an actual working version as opposed to the current version 1 that we have in the tree that needs to die in a fire. Yeah, someone's fixed it to be SMBFS client. Now, who put that? Because it only has a question mark. There needs to be an owner. Is there a person who wants it, or I'm trying to catch up on IRC to see if someone will say they want it. Oh, ONP. So you want to own it? Okay, it's already been fixed. All right. You're on the hook. Okay. Better auto tuning for things like read write caching. Do you want to speak to what that is, Warner?
That was just the thing that came up yesterday in the
Okay.
Axios talk. I was wanting to chase that to ground and see what he's talking about and see if that's a doable thing or not. That's under want, so that should be okay. Is there a better way of capturing that?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
George is volunteering. I think George has volunteered to work on NPFF because we don't have enough packet filters in the base system.
Well, I've been planning to try it out, but we'll see if it's faster than IPFW and more maintained. But the real question is whether or not it's faster. So NPF, VPP on top of NetMap. VPP normally runs on DPTK. And it's time to bash routing sockets because we need something that does that correctly, and that doesn't do that correctly anymore. Those are the three things I have volunteered.
Okay. Have you talked to, I guess the folks at like Yandex and so forth, who also keep playing with routing things, like AE?
Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing some of their changes go by, and we'll see what I think of them. But I mean, I'm in contact with Mellifero and AE both on various things.
The next one, I mean, we might as well ask for this one's a pony. Better integration of the ZFS ARC and the buffer and like the VM system. It's not really buff integration, it's more like VM page cache. And there's no owner. So who wants a pony? Like, who actually thinks they'll work on it? How about that? Jeff, okay, Jeff found it. Well, that makes it almost, that make it non-pony status. If Jeff will work on it.
Is Jeff here? Have I missed his glorious presence?
No, but Conrad volunteered, and Conrad claims that Jeff volunteered to work on it. So that means he gets stuck. That's a bold claim. Jeff is pretty busy, I think.
That's a brave plan, as Robert Watson might say at this point.
Well, it is a brave plan, but I actually, if Jeff is willing to work on cycles, he's someone I actually think could do it.
If anybody, you're right though. If anybody's name is on it, Jeff's name is the name that should be on it.
Yep. NP safe sysctl sweep. This is something that's already done, but I think this is more about finding the ones that are still tagged with giant and fixing them one way or another. These are more things that are, so we have several here, kill giant and new bus and locking. This is all about cleaning up the last little bits of where giant is around. It is nice. I do think, I worry that it's a lot of work for little gain, but.
Yeah, I worry a little bit about that as well, but there might be some things we can do if this last bit of code actually doesn't depend on Giant's weird semantics. We can maybe just replace the Giant lock with a really big lock or something.
Yeah.
Or a shared keyboard lock or whatever. We should at least investigate whether that's possible.
It would be nice to kill the weird semantics, certainly.
Right. And exactly. And so we should investigate it. So it should be on the list, but maybe we were not successful in this one. We weren't successful with all the 13 ones, but having some of them drove some things. And I'm happy to act as a contact person, but you know, if I don't want my name being up here to prevent anybody from
someone else doing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Fair enough.
I'm a coordinator on these. I'm not guaranteeing I'll get to them, although Giant and Nubus, I've got 3 different branches in my current tree that are paths not taken. Yeah, paths not taken is probably
Fourth one's the charm.
For failed experiments, yeah, paths not taken.
There's a Robert Frost poem somewhere.
A road less traveled by.
Yeah, something like that. I think for the record, probably 2.5 years ago, I think I had put down remove giant and put my name beside it for 13. So you see how well that worked out. So good luck.
I'm going to have 4 times the failure here, though, John. So I'm shooting big.
Okay. You already talked about migrating Cam to new bus, which we could talk about offline. Neon and other ARM graphic stuff. So someone put that, but who put that? And I kind of so
George
Neon,
did.
Okay, Manu said that, and Manu said something on IRC. He says, I don't know who added it, and it doesn't make sense to leak the two, which I kind of agree because Neon is just like SSE, and I think we already have Neon support. In fact, I think I even made it work in GDB, so you can look at Neon registers and so forth. So I don't know that there's anything to do for Neon in the sense of. I mean, do you have more details on what that means?
Well, Neon is their graphics accelerator as well, right?
I mean, they have several graphics chipsets. I don't know if one is called Neon or not.
So, I mean, we need graphics to work correctly on ARM.
Okay, and I think, so Manu is working on, I think he even has it maybe on 13. I keep wanting to click on the buttons in the view of my screen. He actually has a DRM for ARM64 in the 13 have list already.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was last time. Let's look at this time. He didn't put it.
I mean, if I can pick up a random ARM64 board and have graphics work, then I'm happy. But if that doesn't work, then I'm not happy.
So what is here? Let me see. Yes, so Neon is SIMD. Okay, so Manu, do you want to give more clarity to the state of DRM for ARM64? Oh, you already have it up here as a thing. I'm back on the 13.0 planning. So he has it as a thing. It's actually even, he's got a review.
Okay.
For both 32-bit and 64. I think we can
withdraw my request.
take it off from 14.
Done.
All right. So gel cuddle was something, an idea that was mentioned at the end of the previous session, which is, I guess, an integration between gel.conf and our multiplicity of packet filters. And we have, which has an owner, that's outstanding. Move more of ifconfig into libifconfig. Okay.
I thought the person who was hacking on libifconfig disappeared.
But there was a commit like a few weeks ago.
Okay, who was it? Do you know? I can look it up later. I'll look it up later.
It might have been Freak Labs actually, who actually did the most recent commit of doing that. So I think they're continuing to work on it. Yeah, Nick. Systems confirms that.
One thing I guess I can put here, but I don't know which ones they are. Hang on. But I'll put my name down. Drivers from a vendor.
Is it a nameless vendor?
I don't know if I'm allowed to give you their name yet.
Okay.
They're like, hey, we've got this FreeBSD thing with cellular modems in it. We made the cellular modems work. Would you like the code? And I'm like, yes.
Here, I'll be slightly more geeky.
There you go. An as yet unnamed variable.
We already talked about, I think Brooks had mentioned the Padfrost GPU support that Ruslan is working on, and Manu will probably be interested in it as well.
I wish they had named it Pangloss so it could be all for the best and the best of all possible worlds.
I have no comment on ARM's naming strategy.
Yeah.
Then we have an exFAT kernel driver, but this has no person. So we need a person. Who's the person? Otherwise, it goes off the list.
Well, I mean, this thing is telling us who typed things in, right?
Maybe.
Because you had to log in
Conrad.
to type. There you go. So the light green is Conrad.
Is Conrad going to? It can go off the list. When threatened to be responsible, it can go off the list.
Yeah, Jin Lee is the only person that's been working even remotely in this area. If he was signed up to do it, that would be one thing, but I don't know if he's signed up to do it.
All right, I'll take it off the list for now. Oh, Conrad has a work in progress for what? XFAT. So do you want to, but you still want it off the list? You don't want your name tied to it? It's fun. I get to talk to IRC.
I mean, does anyone actually want to have their name attached to something called XFAT?
No comment. All right. So what are some more things? Go ahead.
Honey, does this file system make my files look fat?
Oh, okay. I'll leave that alone. Just checking to see if anything got added while we were talking. More detail about eBPF. That's interesting. So what are some, there's got to be more stuff I know folks are working on. Trying to think of
any of the other, is like Jonathan Looney on? I mean, does Netflix have other stuff that they're wanting to put in for the network stack?
Or anywhere else in the tree for that matter.
Yeah. But I mean,
Water
Looney
is
makes
on.
me think network stack.
Yeah. Questions.
I'm not part of our transport team, but we do generally try to upstream the stuff we're working on. So
I didn't know there's anything big coming.
I don't know. Let me see if Randall's around on our internal chat, and I'll pass anything along from him or maybe from Jonathan.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, and then someone said 802.11 AC Wi-Fi support. I think we all know.
Oh yeah.
Is anybody willing to work on it?
Bjorn is working on it. BZ is working on it, actually.
All right, mix it up.
He's working on it both for, he's working on it for several people, but client side for one and AP side for the other.
Okay, and then so the 9 PFS client for FreeBSD, there is a patch set from Juniper that I know Steve Wells is looking at.
Isn't this the Plan 9 file system?
Yes, apparently.
Why?
Because it's what some hypervisor platforms use for pass-through file systems. We actually have it in the server side is in Beehive and FreeBSD 13 now.
This isn't just to support the crazy Plan 9 retro computing thing. This actually has a modern use.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'd put V7 FS support on there or something as well, which...
So somehow someone thought that, whatever. Fine.
Everything is fine. We should put, okay, I can add some.
Oh, I have something that we should do, and I have no idea who's going to do it. How is time T going to get fixed in 14?
By removing I386.
We're deprecating I386 here too, and by 2038, we'll see what the state of I386 is. That's how we're dealing with that. It's what you do on 4th and long in an American football game.
So we're sure that all of that on 64-bit, the time T and everything is correct everywhere in the system currently?
It's correct.
Everything other than I386 uses 64-bit time T already.
Okay.
Yeah.
All other 32-bit platforms do. So we kind of have three, like in GDB explicitly, I have 3 different ABIs for like start to key info procs I have to know about, which is 64-bit, 32-bit, and I386. So.
Just a crazy question for IRC and anybody else that might be listening. Has anybody tried to bump it to 64 bits on i386 to create the crazy incompatible monster that Brooks likes to call I386 time T?
I've had a poke at it before, and I mean it's fairly straightforward. It's not particularly useful, I think, without compatibility shims. But I think it is something that we might want to actually get in the tree as if defs or whatever. And anyone, if there is anyone who is using their own self-built i386 stuff, they should be able to build a i386 time T 64 if they want.
Yeah, the only way we're going to support that is as a separate ABI, because doing anything compat, I mean, inode 64 was hard enough, and it didn't replace things that were as pervasive as time T.
It would be a similar level of pain and suffering.
Yeah,
I mean, I know the glibc folks are doing all kinds of crazy stuff to make things compatible, so that's why I was asking.
And it would be pain and suffering that you would have to add a bunch of junk to the kernel only to support i386, which is part of why I'm really much more interested in punting, because I don't want to pollute our kernel with a bunch of compat shims for something that is on its decline.
So on IRC, Caustic points out that he's already proposed to do the compat shims, but I think even despite that, it's still something we want to figure out if we actually want to go down that path or not.
yeah. The payoff seems low for a platform whose data is showing declining use year over year as well. So. And if we're doing compat for 2038, that means we're committing to having the crazy extra kludges in the kernel for the next 20 years.
Oh yeah, I see BZ's. Yeah, sorry. Someone has asked about Bjorn. It's a need. It does not exist. Although Scott has some patches. It's a want. Oh, someone asked something to move to a need earlier too. They wanted 802.11 AC.
I'm not sure what's up with the Thunderbolt 4 support that Scott was working on and whether it will be released or not.
But you want it to be a need. So Bjorn wants it to be a need. So, and well, I should say this. It's more like, it's not Thunderbolt 4. That's USB 4.
Thunderbolt 3, USB 4.
Say what, Ed?
Thunderbolt 3, USB 4.
Yeah, that's what I called it. Then we have, let's see. I was adding some stuff. I added modern VirtIO guest, like client drivers like VTNet and VTBlock. I know, and for using our VirtIO drivers with hypervisors that aren't Beehive, but other ones like homegrown ones that like proprietary models, the fact that we only support legacy kind of hurts us because other people write their models to work on Linux, which means they usually kind of assume that they have a more modern version of VirtIO to talk to, and they don't really test the legacy path and it regresses. So we really need our VirtIO drivers updated to a more modern version. Whether or not Beehive supports, what versions Beehive supports can be an option. That's a separate orthogonal question from getting our client updated. I also added, because it's a have, but it needs work. I have patches to make standard IO use a full int for its file no instead of a short. But it's kind of tied up in some mess that I want to hide most of the members of struct file so that we don't have this in the future in terms of the pain and suffering if we have to change the ABI of struct file in the future. It's easier to do so. But doing that breaks some code in GNU-lib that like 80 bazillion ports use that thinks that we don't do unputch right or something like unputc, and so wants to use various internal members of struct file directly. So ideally, I think what I would like to figure out why GNU-lib things are broken. If we are broken, I want it to fix it. Then I want to have GNU-lib stop peeking at the internals of struct files so that we can then hide it. And then making it bigger is a simple change. But the hard part is figuring out the GNU-lib parts and not breaking a ton of ports. Okay, someone is adding, SVE for ARM64. And Mitchell has added himself as a victim. Outstanding. Oh, and Conrad, back to time T, Conrad made a comment that Linux still uses 32-bit time T in more places, and that is true. In fact, I guess Linux supports a 32-bit RISC-V port, and part of the debate was trying to make that use 64-bit time T by default because none of the other 32-bit ABIs in Linux use a 64-bit time T. Whereas the RISC-V people felt it was not wise to start a new platform with a 32-bit time T at this point in time. Apparently that's a hard thing to do in Linux.
So is now the time to talk about obsolete technologies that we have in the tree that we might want to remove?
Maybe we need a new section.
Destroy all the things.
Where we consider removing things like FireWire.
Axe candidates. I put it at the bottom below one.
It's unclear. MIPS is unclear, Conrad.
But I will put one. Well, I got to copy the header. This is a good one. We haven't really had you. We should include this in the future.
Yeah, this is high level.
Slightly better about this.
Huh?
We're getting slightly better about this.
Yeah, but so now's the time to plan and to start circulating. And look at some of the trade-offs that we're trying to make. What are, which means we should talk to the people optimizing the system, what things are getting in the way. And we should also look at the tree and going, what the heck are we still doing with blah, blah, blah in the tree? And FireWire jumps up because it has a lot of weird cam locking still. I think it's the last giant thing for cam. I might be wrong about that.
So FireWire is what you want to put on the list?
I'd like to float that as an idea. I don't know how widely used it is still. A few years ago, it was heavily used because Macs had it, and it was a little bit better for your system than USB for external drives. But I think that's faded to nothing since USB 3 came out.
I do think, by the way, that I killed the giant locking from it, perhaps. Because at one point I went through and basically killed all the giant locking and cam drivers, even really crappy old ones that have, I think, since been retired.
You may be right. I may be misremembering that, but
that said, I am not confident of the quality of the FireWire code overall.
Yeah, I've not tested it in. I used to use it all the time for console access. That's faster than serial, but it's probably been 10 years since I've done that.
Okay, let me try to catch up on. So
I think we can ditch FireWire. I agree on that one.
So Conrad wants to kill all the 32-bit platforms, but I think we're not sure about MIPS. We feel quite confident that ARM32 will still be around.
ARM32 seems to have a bigger life than i386, outside of VM environments, it seems.
I mean, ARM32 is what a lot of people are still using for embedded devices, and embedded devices have gotten big enough that FreeBSD can be an embedded device. So we would be foolish, I think, to get rid of ARM32.
Yeah, a lot of people are migrating to ARM64, but I don't think that migration will be complete enough by the, 2-3 years in the future time frame. But for us to say for sure it'll kill it now, we can make, as with all things, we can reevaluate the closer we get. If there's a faster uptake of the 64-bit stuff, then seems likely.
So Manu Warner asks about ARM v6 in particular. Is there a different story for v6 versus v7?
Yeah, that's probably a conversation the ARM folks need to have. ARM v6 is needed for the original Raspberry Pi and the Pi Zeros. And that's the only v6 that we support. Now, whether those are going to be viable in the 14 timeframe, I don't know. I mean, that's probably something we could trim in the 14 timeframe. Although the Raspberry Pi Foundation is probably the ones we should, maybe if we know people that work there, see what their future plans are for additional things like that, or if they're shooting from the hip or something on that.
Things like future zeros, effectively. I have some questions on Zoom. I'm trying to keep up with the 3 or 4 different chat areas. And I keep trying to scroll things in the wrong window. Alan Jude asks about Telnet-D and FTP-D, if they should belong in base now still.
Those are good questions. Anonymous FTP used to be quite the thing, and now it's not so much. FTP outside of anonymous FTP is mostly dead. Although it's tunneled over SSH now with SFTP, right?
That's its own thing. Like your own separate server for SFTP. You don't actually use the FTPD for that, I believe.
Okay.
We can definitely we should get rid of the server sides of both of those.
Yeah, we should put that on the list. And
I'll put Alan. Since he asked about it.
We should do that for 13.
And so the axe candidates, we probably should kind of set the expectation that the owners will do the usual talk or email to Arch and socialize these things early to see if that's still viable or there's lots of people using it.
I will adjust this wording.
Well, that's perfect. That's perfect. I mean, these are all good discussion points. So what about Kerberos? Is that something that is something that we need to still have in base?
I don't know the right answer to that question. And I know last time we had a discussion, because we actually had this come up a bit because of OpenSSL. And I think what we did is we just patched our current Kerberos to work with OpenSSL 1.1. I think I did that actually. Because we currently use Heimdall instead of MIT Kerberos. And there was some thoughts about making that more pluggable so that it's easier to choose one versus the other. So I'm not sure what the right answer is for that.
We probably, yeah, that's fair. I don't know either.
Unless someone wants to stand up and say, yes, I will champion removing it, I think we leave it.
Okay.
I'm not going to.
Okay. The other question, I'm not sure how to phrase this, but it seems that it would be worthwhile to have a formal with this project is maybe the wrong word, but have a formal review for each of the platforms that we have. ARMv6 is kind of the tip of the iceberg. On MIPS, if we keep MIPS, are there platforms that have become unviable in FreeBSD? Are they too small? Do they not have enough memory? Do they are they no longer working for other reasons? Is there some way? Is that something we want to talk about here? Is that something we should have core drive? Is that how do we want to have this be more of a proactive heads up approach rather than the what do you mean you deleted that approach that has caused some grief from time to time in the past, although we're better about that.
I mean, we could start using the FCP process for this, which we've utterly failed to use.
I do think, to Warner's point, it is a larger discussion to address what further changes we might make to architectures in 14.
I mean, how many architectures are there other than MIPS?
Well, I mean,
we don't support SH.
So for example, I think at the Linux Plumbers Conference this year, someone said that in, 10 years from now? Or is it 5 years from now? Maybe it was 10 or 20 years. They expect the world to basically be 64-bit ARM, x86, and RISC-V, and nothing else. It's kind of a bold statement. But for the purposes of 14, I think we have some time where we can afford to think about, just like right now we're finalizing what we think about i386 for 13. I don't think we have to make a decision about architectures for 14 right now. I think we can wait a while to think about what that looks like. And maybe at least put it off for a year or so before we start to think what do we see as the uptake of some of these architectures that we have questions about on 13? What do we continue to see in trends as we keep doing annual surveys and kind of get some more data to drive what we do?
Right. I mean, I'd like to have a conversation with the MIPS guys, talk about the Atheros or the Broadcom or the Ngenic or the NLM support that we have there now, possibly even the Cavium or the Berry support as well. Does Cambridge still need that, and so forth?
I can tell you that Brooks can probably speak to Cambridge more accurately than I can.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the process of phasing out all of our MIPS use. We have a couple things where our RISC-V port isn't on par, but by the time 14 ships, there is no way we're going to be using MIPS in any context. And to be blunt, unless quite a few people step up and join Adrian in actively using it, and active use on Adrian's part is pretty minimal, it is going to become a dead weight to the project and a net negative. It is already full of stupid crap. We found a bunch of macros that literally have never, or a bunch of atomics that literally have never worked in the last week. It's just, no one cares. And without quite a lot of caring, it's got to go.
I can tell you from my experience that in terms of the relative code quality of different machine-dependent architectures inside of sys, MIPS is firmly at the bottom for me. In terms of when I compare even things as it's less consistent with the layout of where certain common functions end up within files. It has a whole PM moshstep.c that nobody else has. That has different things that has things that end up in moshstep.c or vm moshstep.c on other architectures. But even then, the actual implementation of certain things is rather dubious compared to almost all the other architectures I've looked at, which is pretty much everything except probably PowerPC. And it also has an ongoing problem with in its PMAP. I mean, MIPS has some limitations. The software TLB has some unfortunate problems. We have a hack that we've not yet kind of teased out to upstream, and it's kind of a big pile to pull out to allow us to use a larger kernel stack, because by default, the current kernel stack runs out of space using both modern GCC and Clang. If you do anything kind of more complicated, like if you want to actually do a core dump over NFS, you will exhaust your kernel stack and panic. That's kind of guaranteed using the current stock PMAP. But there's also the issue of like unmapped IO not working because of missing handling of aliasing, virtual address aliasing. And that's a big chunk of work someone would have to do to keep it viable.
I put MIPS with some question marks in my name on the axe candidate. So we'll need to have that larger discussion. I know this is probably making Adrian wince because he's got a lot of time and effort into that, but we need
to talk about it.
We need to talk about it. The other thing I put down was ARM SoC support review. And that's, looking at some of the older, maybe more modern than ARM v6, but still maybe not viable. Like, do we need to support the TI Panda board still? And things like, that conversation, which this is probably the wrong group to have for that, but somebody needs to make sure that review happens, and that it, we look at that as well.
Okay, do we have any, let's see, are we on time? We still have some time. We have quite a bit of time still. Are there things people don't want to remove? Well, since that's what we're currently talking about. Although, again, this is a useful discussion to have about what things you wish to carry forward and what things not so much. Oh, and so Manu Warner Manu's on IRC says that he actually, I think, would like to have the ARM SoC discussion even in the context of 13.
Yeah. We could do that.
But wow. So do we want to import a different shell into the base system for 14?
Sure.
I have a nice bike ship over here. I could draw it on my whiteboard.
You can put Manu's name on that. He's going to do it.
Manu's going to do it. Okay. So which shell is this? Is he going to write a new shell? That's what we'll say. We'll make it a want. So this is outstanding.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Manu pointed. I was misremembering. It's Baptiste that we want to put we want to tag with it.
Oh, even better.
Yeah. And now Adrian's getting grumpy about us talking about removing MIPS.
Oh, MKSH. Okay, I'll just. I think if Baptiste wants to import a shell, he does have to sell it. We're neither promising nor committing that these things go in. Oh, but Manu will do it. Oh, okay. They want to work on it. Adrian asks about UTF-8 default. I thought we were going to do that in 13.
Yeah.
In fact, we probably should put that back in the...
It's done.
Someone already have that? We also apparently had some things added in the 13 while we were over here. But we'll stick with 14 for now. I think someone owns... Oh, yeah, Ed owns it. Okay. So I'm sure there are other things that folks want to work on, or other folks that things need. Oh, so kill SendMail goes in that goes down in the axe region
Yeah.
where someone finished typing.
So we have 2 additional suggestions for axe candidates from the IRC, SendMail and Forth.
No, I love Fourth.
Well, this is the context of.
I'm teasing.
So maybe we should put those 2 on the list. I don't
SendMail
know
was already on the list.
I don't know about SendMail. I'm not touching that one, but I'll deal with Forth. I know that Juniper is still using it, and that might make it. That's why we didn't delete it in 13. But it might be time in 14 because that was kind of the plan of record ish that we hammered out on IRC and at various conferences. But I'm not going to actually add SendFile to this if we need a name to it because I'm not suggesting that.
I think Manu already volunteered himself, or someone volunteered Manu. So he would have to say, he would have to decline, or his name gets stuck on it. Oh, we have the review for UTF-8, but I think.
Yeah, that's Baptiste's.
I'm trying to think of what are some other things. I know some things I might get a chance to work on. I don't know where I should put those. Maybe I'll put them as want. So there's another kind of popular, well, more popular Cypher suite for TLS 1.3. Maybe I will work on that. And I know someone has asked about, it's also approved for IPsec. In fact, the current RFC of like recommended protocols for IPsec says it's almost a must. It's like one level below a must, and they anticipate making it a must on the next revision. So we should really support that.
It's a should.
Yeah, or something and they specifically say that we expect to raise this to the same level as GCM in the future.
Clearly, they need to have a slight modification to their stuff and make that a really should.
Well, they have a specific line that, it's one level below, because in the particular RFC in question, they actually talk about like there should nots, like you actually should remove actively MD5. It's about, how up to date they are. But they really want the combined cha-cha poly. And yes, WireGuard does use it. And Conrad's talking about IRC. The WireGuard bits do have, and also the OpenSSL assembly bits also have, I think, enough things you can build the combined one that will be optimized, which I would plan to use as well. So WireGuard is a good question. We know it's a thing that is sitting in a review that Matt has. My guess is it probably will land in 13, but I'm not actually sure. That's really a Matt.
I would suspect it will land in 14, if not in 13. It's still having issues, is my understanding.
We can at least, at the worst, we can stick it in have for 14.
Yeah, that's my thought. I think you should do that.
Okay, trying to follow more chatter.
So for people following along, I added the ARM 32-bit SoC review to 13, and we'll probably need to do another one this time in the
Release cycle
release
for
cycle for
14.
14. Yeah.
Okay, there, I see it. So is there anything anything any of our vendor guests are interested in? Things that they will need in the next couple of years? Is anyone interested in working on thinking of ARM things? Pointer authentication, their pack stuff, at least for CFI or MTE.
I thought Andy Turner had some stuff in that area. I'm misremembering.
I don't know if he has. I don't know how much stuff he might have for pack. And
I
Cherry
know.
we'll look at MTE in conjunction with Cherry most likely, but
Yeah, I think he had looked into it and had rather a lot to say about it. Maybe I'm confusing that with him actually having some code.
I know he's worked on it. But I don't know that there's anything usable right now.
Would that be an appropriate want? Or since he's not here, is that kind of a bridge too far? I mean, I know we can do that to Baptiste, but can we do it to someone we like Andy?
well, it's realistically something he would work on.
Yeah.
People keep talking about XFAT, so I think maybe that should at least be a want or something.
So Jin Lee joined the IRC channel, and I was asking him if he had any plans. That was the reason we kept talking about it there.
Oh, punishment has been handed out. So we've got about 10 minutes left. Well, no, I guess we have a little bit more than that. We did start a little bit early, but oh, Yes, we could remove SVN light, presumably. Potentially, we could remove that in 13. Maybe not if ports, and maybe we have to wait. But definitely in 14 it should be gone. I think the only question is whether or not in 13 we think, depending on what we're, how far along we are in terms of how many which repositories are converted by the time 13 ships.
Yeah, I think that's going to be. We're going to need to get some of the port manager input questions answered for timelines for conversion for the ports repo. So that's the only issue I see there. Because we're not going to have a source repo to pull from, and we don't really support building stable on current heavily, and being required to install something to do that is not, or do that in without using Git is kind of seems not like a bad thing.
I think one of the questions too is that perhaps is not clear to me even after yesterday's discussion. We'll segue for a bit. MFCs, will they be done using SVN directly for 11 and 12, or will be a Git cherry pick and then you have a magic script that turns that replays that into SVN?
They will be done. Everything will be in Git for all the developers, and RE will have one or two things to do in Subversion, and my magic script will effectively replay the new commits on the stable branches into the what's an otherwise a read-only Subversion instance.
Okay, but so I think MFCs are not a consideration for source, but sorry, I'm getting distracted by Mitchell's new thing. I do think the question of ports timeline is one reason that was probably what gates what we do about SVN Light in 13. We'll just have to wait and see.
So, yeah, we'll have to wait and see, and that's something that we're trying to drive. And Port Manager has a lot on its plate right now, so it's unclear when we'll have resolution on that.
So Mitchell, interesting, added suspend and resume for ARM64 and RISC-V. That seems interesting. I get, I guess this company of about an hour, and a half drive south of me is making ARM laptops that might suspend and resume. I don't know if anyone, RISC-V gear, just getting gear is already kind of an interesting experience versus something that might be a form factor where suspend and resume is relevant. But something we should put as probably a need is, and this is something that Ben from Intel had worked on, is the S0IX support, kind of the modern replacement for suspend and resume on x86. But it really needs an owner, someone who has a lot of time. I'm going to completely hose Ben's login ID. Yeah, Eric, there is a mini ITX board for like a few $100 for RISC-V. Oh, Tom Jones has volunteered to look at S0IX. Outstanding.
I have to drop off in 4 minutes. So.
Okay.
I see Alan asked if there's plans around Linuxulator. So the foundation has been funding Edward to do a bunch of improvements, and those are already in, and most of them have been merged into in time for stable stable 12 for 12.2 already. So many of those are already out there. I don't know if there's what else we might want to look at, but we might look for some specific use cases that we can enable. I know some people in the community have used that work to start doing things like getting Linux Chromium Linux Chrome rather with Widevine DRM support running under Linuxulator and things like that. I don't know if there's a specific high level thing we need to add for that for Linuxulator.
But I don't think, I mean, Connor mentions he has some small improvements to Linuxulator, but I don't know if anyone has a big chunk of work, it sounds like.
Well, I mean, I think, really there's, I don't know that there's kind of big ticket efforts that are needed in Linuxulator itself. A lot of interesting things that people have been trying to do for quite some time apparently work okay now. So, there may be small things we want to keep poking along, but I don't know, that there's a specific individual project that's needed there.
Hey Ed, does that include people trying to get Zoom and Steam and various of the Steam games working on FreeBSD too?
So I mean I know that people who have been trying Steam Linux games on the Linuxulator have reported varying levels of success with different games, and so in general, I think that would be kind of an iterative process of finding out what doesn't work and implementing what's missing. Someone on the FreeBSD forums reported getting Chromium with Widevine to watch Netflix working fine. So I think it's they're all kind of in the same bundle, and it may just be that we say, oh, here's here maybe we want to look at a few games and get them implement whatever's missing for something that's interesting. I think it's I think it's not really feasible for us just to say everything that you run on Linux is going to run with high fidelity under Linuxulator. We really need sort of targeted use cases and use those to figure out what's missing and implement that.
That makes good sense, I think, Ed, to have a more defined goal. I followed those efforts from afar and tried to get Portal 2 working on FreeBSD with Steam and moved on to other solutions. And I'm not sure how important it is, but it's one of those, if we're one or two system calls away from making that work, it would be a lot of bang for a little bit of buck, being able to do that.
Exactly. I mean, I think I don't think we're ever going to be able to say, yes, every single game that you can find in Linux Steam is going to work just fine on FreeBSD. But conversely, I think if we are, if we have cases where someone says, well, I can actually use FreeBSD for my day-to-day desktop development use, and the only reason I need to switch to another OS or run a VM or whatever is because I want to watch Netflix in it as well. And we, if we can run Linux Chrome and that works just fine, and we can sort of solve those. The only reason I need to use another OS is for this one thing. I think those are the things we'd like to be able to tackle.
Yeah, that's a good kind of philosophical thing too. As long as that one thing are easy. I mean,
yeah.
For a long time, people would boot Windows because they had a dongle for some particular piece of hardware that they needed to talk to. And we'll never be able to have that one thing go away.
Ed, Manu on IRC is mentioning there's a newer, I guess it's not AC97, but some other new sound thing maybe you have a better name for it that we don't support?
I can never remember the name for it. I submitted the PR for it. It's the same. It's the thing that's in my my ThinkPad X1 Carbon, the 7th generation. Yeah, we need a driver for that. It is the new thing is mostly compatible, or but specifically the built-in microphones in my laptop don't work because they need DSP firmware to be usable.
HDA is what Conrad calls it. That doesn't sound right.
Lee Wen pasted a link to the github.com/the SOF project. That's the thing. That's sound open firmware, I think. So there's a few different components here. That is the firmware that needs to be loaded into the DSP. I don't think we actually care about necessarily compiling the building the firmware from source. If we can just load the firmware blob, that works fine too. Yeah, it is. It's Intel SKL HDA is what it listed in the bug report.
Say it again so I can hear you. Sorry.
It's PR 242527.
Let's say that again. To something.
242527.
Oh, it does say HDA. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I guess HDA is what the old driver was called too.
So what's the Intel code word for 7th generation?
Looks like Skylake. Is that what SKL would?
Well, so SKL would be Skylake, but that's definitely not. So the chipsets in my laptop are let's see, Alpine Ridge and Cannon Point, I guess. Whiskey Lake, yeah. The FreeBSD PR that I mentioned has a link to the Linux PR where the issue is was reported there initially. So like there's starting from that PR, there's links to follow to find it.
Okay, I'll take a look at that because I think I have a laptop with that. I saw the X1 Carbon, and I think I have a Gen 7 Yoga, which is the same thing in a tint format.
So Luca, who is actually going to be speaking here in a little while, asked about low power Bluetooth. I don't know if anyone is actively working on our Bluetooth stack.
We've had a few commits to it of late. I don't think it's actively maintained.
Takayashi-san?
Yeah.
I think, hopefully I didn't butcher his name, has done specifically some low power commits. I actually, Max, who wrote the Bluetooth stack, works at Netflix. And he'll review changes, but that's about his level of involvement. And it would take a fair amount to add modern APIs, I guess, to make it BlueZ compatible or something like that. But the basic low power Bluetooth support, and I mean basic, is I think in there.
Okay.
So if we want more than that, we'll need something more specific, and we'll definitely need a person to
Owner.
drive.
Yes. Okay. Oh, and Lucas said he'll test it with his keyboard. DDC control. What exactly is that, Conrad? Try to open the link. Since I don't have enough tabs open in my browser. Oh, the old thing for monitor control. Okay. But a tool that will talk to it. Oh, interesting. I guess you can. I mean, I remember. I guess I'm thinking of DDC. Maybe I remember the old thing, how you would actually get refresh rates and so forth, which may have also been called DDC, but perhaps it is a different thing. Is Conrad going to work on it? No. Yes, EDD might have been the thing, or EDID or something. Okay, at least we can negotiate acronyms over IRC. So does anybody want to work on this on DDC? Manu wants to work on it. Let's see if Manu agrees that he wants to work on it. I'm not going to add it unless Manu says he will actually work on it. Oh, you didn't say no.
Not saying no is saying yes.
Oh, he was talking about I squared C something, I don't know if that was DDC or something else. Oh, well, he kind of didn't quite say no. Okay.
He can edit the file.
Yes, he can take his name off. Oh, I put DDC control in the wrong place. Manu has his name by a lot of things today.
He does. He's giving me a run for my money, and I have my name next to too many things.
Okay. Well, we've actually managed to fill up our time. So we've got like a 2-minute warning before we're going to enter our last break. Yeah, Manu is losing. So last call for anything people have that they would like to mention this time around. Especially, does anybody, I'm excited about the Axe list. Is there anything else that people can think of they want to remove?
Are we going to have another? Are we going to have another one of these at? I guess. I'm sorry. My brain reset when I saw Manu BSD. A future question, John, for these things. Typically, we do them at BSD CAN, and given that BSD CAN has been canceled, are we going to still try to do a developer summit around that time?
So we have been talking, in particular, the lead up to this particular vendor summit. We needed to see how this goes, but tentatively, we are looking at holding some kind of virtual developer summit around the time frame of BSD CAN, and we may change things. We need to finish this one and kind of learn from it, then decide kind of how we're going to, what changes we may or may not make, and if we want to add or remove things. So we still have a lot of TBD, but I think it hasn't been like a complete train wreck such that we think we shouldn't do one. I think now it's more a matter of figuring out like specific dates for doing one, and then thinking more about what the format and content might be. But I do think we probably, more likely than not, will have some kind of virtual dev summit around the BSD CAN timeframe.
I have one suggestion from that, and that's we start with this list there.
I
And
was even thinking of that today. Like, well, I went over 13 at first. I'm almost thinking of having persistent 13 and 14 lists that we can update over time and revisit throughout the life cycle. So maybe we can do that with 14 this time.
right. So yeah, I like that. So I was just curious what our future plans are, because we'll know for some of these things, it's like, yeah, maybe we could, maybe we couldn't. And I think in 6 months or 5 months or whenever BSD can ish time slots are, we'll know a lot more about some of the uncertain things. So
Just adding a few things that are coming up on IRC as I go.
so I'm glad that you're thinking down those lines, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I do think it is one thing, which is understanding, like, maybe just removing this, how we, SMBFS is the last user of des in the tree in the kernel. That's true. That's part of the reason I would love to kill it. Tracking this stuff better over time. I know some people remain skeptical that anything we actually talk about gets done, but I do think actually things that we talk about do get done. But it is harder without being able to really see it and understand which types of things get done, and more helpfully fine tune our discussions. I think it's really useful we added the acts list this time, for example. That's a good lesson learned.
Yeah, and I was just kind of being a smartass when I started suggesting it, so that's not a good lesson for me.
Someone asks if we can export the HackMD as a PDF. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't tried that. I mean, I think the link will be persistent.
You can use any competent web browser to print a PDF, and there's a lot of MD to PDF stuff.
It's also true that being Markdown, it is something that could live in a Git repository on GitHub that we could have pull requests against and stuff. I think part of the issue is that, and maybe that is fine for in between conferences, but during a meeting like this, the rate of change we need to sustain means it needs to be like HackMD and not something that's in Git, for example.
One of the things I've done, or that Ed and I both have done in the Git working group, is we'll put together documents on HackMD and then transition them over to GitHub, because GitHub is a way to edit and submit pull requests as well. So we might want to consider that. Whether or not it's specifically GitHub or not, I don't care.
My only concern about this particular document, because I've done that with like meeting notes and stuff, is I will maybe take them in HackMD and then import them later.
We can go back and forth too. I mean, we
would need to go back and forth. Actually, doesn't HackMD actually have an integration with GitHub? I think it does.
I believe it does, yeah.
We should check into that.
That would be ideal, because I think, like I said, during these meetings, we want to be able to have the kind of rapid editing of things. But it would be nice to actually have it live in Git, and people can do PRs and things. And I think Git would be a fine place to host them. It could even be in the meetings repository, quite frankly. Just put a suitable subdirectory for, like, I don't know, some top level thing for these, and then have a 14 document and so forth. Maybe I'll try to look at that. Okay, well, I think we're probably fine to go into our break, especially now that we're 5 minutes over. Sorry. And we'll come back. Maybe we'll do a 5-minute break if that's okay. Or I guess we'll still do a 10-minute break, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes for our next discussion topic. So thanks, everyone. Okay, everyone, welcome back for our last discussion group that we're going to have. Before we get into that, I did want to let you know that as we kind of talked about last time when Warner asked, we are looking at probably having another developer summit rather, sometime in the spring or late spring or summer. And so we would like feedback from all you guys and girls who are attending to let us know, what worked, what didn't work, if you have thoughts on changes or suggestions. So we put together a survey we'd like you all to take. And Ann's going to drop the link to the survey into the Zoom chat, and we'll probably drop it in IRC as well. If we have a chance, if you could fill that out, it might be best at least to not completely fill it out until you finished attending our social event that we have coming up after this. But we really would like to get, all right, yes, Deb is correct. Ladies, not girls, perhaps. Sorry. We would like to get your feedback on what worked or what didn't work. And so we can kind of going forward, we can have more productive summits and do the best that we can. All right, so the last session we have for the summit this time is Luca. He's here to talk about his work with containers on FreeBSD. So I'm going to turn it over to Luca.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning or good evening, depends where you are. I will share my screen. Yep. So, welcome everybody. What I would like to talk today is container-based service mesh on FreeBSD. So, shortly, who I am. My name is Luca. I'm part committer, currently working in Trivago as SRE team lead. And because of that, I grow some interest in cloud technologies, but also with FreeBSD. So what is the current status for FreeBSD in the cloud? What this talk is about containers on FreeBSD and service mesh. Usually on Linux, you have Docker and Kubernetes. And we know there is usual question is about, can you have Docker on FreeBSD? And ultimately, can you have something like Kubernetes on FreeBSD? No, I will not speak about Docker on FreeBSD, but something, a kind of parallel path that we implemented in the last 2 years, and it is available, but open for discussion. So to start with, what exactly is a container? There is no real definition on that. This is the definition that you find in Docker website. And as you see, it's standardized unit of software that packages up code and its dependency so that the application runs from one computing environment to another. I would like to highlight basically that is a way to distribute applications. So a self-contained environment where you can put everything there, a kind of a tarball with everything on it. But the second important part is the fact that you can move it. It's not just on your in the place where you build it. Another element that is important is that containers are not virtual machines. The container virtualizes the operating system instead of the hardware. And it's something very similar, or what we know as a jail. In fact, it's almost known that containers on Linux has the inheritance from jails. So are jails a container? Can we use FreeBSD to build a technology that is similar to that and can enable basically containers alike deployment processes? I worked for a couple of years on a framework to manage jails, exactly to evaluate the ability to create this model. And it's written in POSIX SH, nothing really fancy, just to prove that FreeBSD has everything that is needed, and nothing else is needed. those are the technologies that I used. So jails to provide all sorts of isolations that are needed, of a system isolation, process isolation, network isolation, and things like that. Plus RCTL and CPU set to provide resource limitation. That is an additional thing that is needed to avoid a process to compromise other processes' performance. And then there are some abstraction provided by VNet, PF for redirection and NAT if needed. Those two things are optional. We speak lengthily about images, and then nullFS for mounting volumes inside the jail. What is really different in a container, this is a best practice. Usually in a container, you have only one process per container. This is kind of a golden rule where all orchestrators are based on. And usually this process is also not forking in the background. That creates issues when you are using jail. If you have an exec start that doesn't fork in background, jails-c doesn't finish. So basically, you're not able to finish the starting process to starting the jail. So BNSH at TCRC, the typical default command is not suitable. In this case, you want to just start one process. So you put in the exec start the exact command that you want to start. And this process usually cannot, as I said, go in background. The important thing is that because jails, the command line basically doesn't finish to start the jail somehow, everything that is in post start will never be executed. And with that, I discovered that the persist parameter, if you want to disable the persistence, this is applied after the start is finished. So if you have a process that doesn't finish the start, actually this is not applied. I have a workaround on it. But the point is that usually containers are ephemeral. So you have not persistent containers. When the process inside the container finished, the container is automatically removed. The persist parameter, if you disable it, does exactly like that. But usually you have some cleanup to do around it. And there is no way on FreeBSD to do it right now because there is no way to detect that the jail is cleaned up, is removed. There is some work by another project called Kubernetes. They developed this module to notify in devctl the jail events. So there is some work, and actually that assured me that, okay, I wasn't alone to see that that was somehow needed. Now I'd like to speak about images. This is an important, it's a very big difference in what usually on FreeBSD we use jails. Docker, a typical container, let's say Docker container development process looks like is that the developer creates the pipeline to build a Docker, and then the operations is taking care of this container and put it in production. With jails, usually we have a lot of nice, super nice framework that take care of creating the jail directly on the machine that will execute then the application. So here the paradigm is somehow split in two. And so you create an image, you put it somewhere, and then that will be deployed to the worker node. I use ZFS to take snapshots of this data set, and this is just the most simple way to do it. So you create and export the image, you upload the image somewhere else, and then you download and import the image where you need. It's still, I did some mistake when I create this, so for me it's still a bit problematic to improve, let's say, the image creation process. We can talk about it later if we have time about this. I didn't follow any OCI standard. OCI is the Open Container Initiative, some consortium. I just decide to keep it simple. So what I do as an image is I take a snapshot, then I do ZFS send in pipe to XZ, and that is its image. To provide some automation, usually what you have in Docker, you have this Docker file where you have all those run entry when you can just execute command to create basically the container. And I did something similar just with shell script. So if you have a shell script that can be reused, executed inside the container at creation time, and that provide the automation level to auto provision a J. There are other 1,000 ways. This was just one that I implemented, and this is the example. Basically, you see, you create, specify the name of the container, the base version of FreeBSD that you want to use, single to mention that you want to use one single data set, and then you can have multiple scripts. Basically, they will do actions. So basically, you run FreeBSD updates because the base will use the base TXZ. So the real base used in release. So no updates usually are inherited here. So you need to run FreeBSD update if you want the last updates. Then here, Nginx will install Nginx, and then Slim will just delete things that are not used in runtime for this kind of images like CLang or header files or debug or test or things like that. It's just to make it smaller and to make the process faster. Then PodSnapshot will just take the snapshot of that ZFS dataset, and then with export, it created the tarball that is basically the image. Two things to mention. One is the tag that is needed. So the images need some versioning. And then the FreeBSD has, with its release cycles, impose some strict ruling about what JS can run where. And this is something that I didn't really kept in mind when I started to work on this. So the version of FreeBSD is important when you create an image, because it limits where this image can run, because the kernels obviously in the host system can be different. So the idea for me was to keep the registry. So basically where you collect all your images, very simple. So just a simple HTTP server with files that you can download. That was a very bad idea because then I only had the file name to collect all the metadata. So it was a very poor decision. That's why, for instance, you have in Docker, you have those registries that are not just file server, but they have something more sophisticated. Not super sophisticated, but you cannot just rely on a file name. You have to put the version, the tag basically for the version. In this case, for FreeBSD, it would be nice to have also the version of FreeBSD and also the architecture that you can have and things like that, something similar that we have in PKG. So that was the first mistake. Also, with this pattern, we have an image registry. It's also a way to distribute applications. There are security concerns because they didn't provide any form of signature and so on. Those were all known issue. I didn't want to create a registry on purpose because create a good registry is a project itself. However, Stefan created a registry that he's maintaining. There is a public GitHub repo where you can put basically your recipes, your flavors, and he was taking care to build them automatically. So there is some work in the community to have a registry, even if it's more used for fun and it's not considered, let's say, production grade. So once we have a container, the idea is to use an orchestrator to have this typical Kubernetes flow. And the idea is not to write a new orchestrator from scratch. This is a lot of work, as you can imagine. So the idea was, okay, can we use something out there? And Kubernetes is not a good candidate because it's rather monolithic and very tied to Linux. It's picked basically with IP tables and things like that. So it's not really friendly. However, in Trivago we use Nomad, and I discovered actually Nomad is a pretty nice orchestrator. The first good thing is it's not monolithic, it's only the orchestrator. Other services are split in different tools. It has a plugin architecture, relatively easy to implement, and basically it supports different type of containers, or also not containers. So basically you can run Java jar file and things like that. So it is already designed to be, let's say, more open. And also the portability for them is not optional. So basically, HashiCorp provides binaries for many other operating systems like Solaris, FreeBSD, and so on. So it's already designed to be portable. While Kubernetes doesn't compile basically on FreeBSD, Nomad is already available. So we said, okay, with a colleague of mine, Esteban, we tried to write a driver. Actually, he wrote the driver, and we decided to follow this idea to have everything that is OS independent, more related to the interaction with Nomad, written in the driver, implemented in the driver, and everything that is instead dependent, OS dependent, should be in the pod framework. So how the network is managed, the firewall, and so on should be there. As you see, it's available in the port tree, so you can download it. The nice thing about using an orchestrator is that it solved two issues. The first thing is that Nomad usually, that Kubernetes, I mean, all the orchestrator are managing the log of your application. So basically the applications that is executed as the only process in your container write their log to standard output, a standard error, and then is the orchestrator that will ship them and will manage them. And that is something you don't think about. There is no syslog in your container or things like that, so you don't have to think about those. The other thing is the fact that we know that using jail that are not persistent, actually the orchestrator is taking care of assuring that the jail is still up and running. If it's not there, we implemented a cleanup, just running a pod stop to perform the cleanup every time a jail disappears. And that solved the issues of this automatic cleanup that we cannot do basically with not persistent jails. I will go really fast on this. The network support. So basically, there are several ways in how you can run, basically the pod framework, and ultimately a Nomad can execute a jail. One is the typical inherit mode. So the jail will use the same network of the host. Alias, the typical jail setup, where basically you provide a fixed IP, and this IP will be attached to a network card. This makes a problem when you want to have multiple instances of the same job, because Nomad is does not provide any way to have multiple IPs for this case. Still working on that, but let's say it's not ideal. Doesn't really scale as a solution. And then we have the public bridge, that basically what it does, we have two different implementations for IPv4 and IPv6. For IPv4, how it works is that there is a bridge completely detached from the real network. And then for every jail, a pair of e-pair, so basically with VNet, is created. And all the jails will be attached to this bridge. And there is a PF rule for the outgoing traffic that is connected with the outside VNet. And then if you have a network services that is listening on the jail, it can be exposed via a redirection rule in PF. And that is how it works on IPv4. On IPv6, instead, we try to be smarter. And it is a different bridge that will only host IPv6 traffic. and the network card is part of the bridge. And the e-pair in this case is automatically configured with Slack. And with everything here available, we can have something that looks like Kubernetes. So basically, this is more or less the server mesh that you can have. So you see the developer that submits a job in a form of this job description. They're the equivalent of the manifest of Kubernetes. And then the Nomad server will take care of orchestrating, so basically allocating this job that there is, okay, which J should you use? It will allocate to a worker node that is called Nomad clients. It will download basically the image from the image registry. It will spin up and it will start to work. And then Nomad server in the you see in the bottom side will register basically these servers to console. That is the service discovery mechanism. So the real work is on the Nomad clients, and in console you have basically the metadata information, basically the information about this service, where it's running and how it's called. Additionally, there is an health check that is running, because console is also taking care of providing a list of the healthy nodes that are implementing that specific service. And this is for the deployment side. Then to make this reachable, there is the service mesh. In this case, is implemented with Traffic that works as a load balancer. Traffic, what it does is in constant connection with console to know which services are available and where are running, so the healthy instances of those services. And then if a request come to Traffic, you can implement basically the front end to understand what kind of services this request is aiming. In this case, I just added a custom header, Xmesh service, that can say, okay, I want to target that service specifically. Traffic knows where it is, and it sends the traffic to the specific client that is serving basically that service. This exact infrastructure is available in one port that is called Winipot. It's a single node implementation of everything that you see. It's basically, it has all the dependencies. It will install all the dependencies. It will configure Nomad console and Traffic to work together to provide an image like this. So if you want to give it a try, Minipot provides you a way to do it in a very easy way. Future works. So using the current container definition, there are a few things that that are somehow requested. A better way to create images. Usually images should be relatively small. I mean, a bigger image, it just takes just a long time to do everything. And in the runtime, there are a couple of things that are still missing. The most important one is the OM killer. Basically, RCTL is able to limit the amount of memory used by a jail, but if the jail exceeds this amount, won't kill basically the content of the jail. But this is what actually happened in C groups on Linux. So if a container uses more memory than it's allocated to, it will be killed. And this is somehow something that you want to avoid the loud neighbors effect. And then for specific use cases, there are some people asking for UDP support. It's not yet there. I have to work on it. But those are a few things that I'm willing to work on. In this setup, this project is something that I'm developing on my couch on Sunday. So that is why there is a couch. So it's a couch certified project. Even if there is a lot of things running on, it's still something that is manageable on the couch. However, if you want to go further, there is some more serious work to do. So if you want a successful, let's say, container environment natively implemented in FreeBSD, you need an image format that follows some kind of standard, mainly because there is already good knowledge contained in this standard, and you can have some interoperability with other registry, for instance. you will need probably a runtime supervisor to overcome some limits that jails currently have. Basically, jail exists as a prison inside the kernel, but you don't have a lot of visibility of its life cycle outside it. And most importantly, if there is no cross-platform support, it would be very difficult to be adopted. What that means, developers don't want to install basically FreeBSD to create an image. They want something that is friendly with their operating system of choice. What you see in Docker provides Docker machine to allow, for instance, to run a Linux container on a Mac, and also to run Linux container on FreeBSD somehow. There is this experimental project done also by Esteban, the author of the driver. What they did with Pod Machine is something similar. So basically, there is a small Go application that will download with Vagrant a FreeBSD instance with pod already configured and installer configured. And what it does, this command line utility, it has a couple of commands to interact with to manage basically this virtual machine, and everything, any other pod command is just forwarded internally. So you can control your JS inside on a Mac or on a Linux machine. That was the basic idea. However, this is really a lot of work. That is why it's not something that I can do alone. That needs some community effort to move forward. Last but not least, this is not a provocation, but I know kind of a proposal. The future of computing, a lot of companies are moving to the cloud, and the FreeBSD support to the cloud is limited. There are some volunteers. I mean, say the work is not really organized or not really organic. Maybe it could be meaningful to have some cloud working group. I know, for instance, Liwen is working to provide images for Azure. Colin is working to provide images on AWS. I use GCP at work, and those images are not always great. Sometimes they're just panic or things like that, and that's complicate a bit the work there. But suffice to say that the cloud is where a lot of companies are moving, and FreeBSD there is not really present. So I just say maybe an idea is to start a working group to see what we can do to be more present and to serve also the cloud and not just bare metal machines. And that is my last slide with all the links collected. The only thing I want to mention, the documentation, the last link is a set of blog posts that Stefan did to create basically your virtual data center. So to implement this setup whenever you want. So it created an extensive blog post if you want to create it on your own and test it. And that is everything I have to say. So let me check if there are some questions.
Yep, there's some questions if you'd like to look at them.
Yep, so let me read them. So are you going to work on providing slim images so that it's not necessary to ship the complete FreeBSD system to every application? Yeah, so the point is slim images, there are different approaches. Now I'm using base and remove what I don't need. Ideally, with package base, you can do the other way around. You just install package runtime, then you install the package that you need, and that is it. It would be better to actually use incremental approach instead of the other way around. Install everything and remove what you need. The point is, it's hard to get a slim that, let's say, a script that detect only what you need. But there is some work, let's say, in this direction. Another question. Do you think it's a good idea to implement OC specification for the FreeBSD containers that would allow to use base images wisely and also told like Basil property? Yeah, that's what I think I already answered that. I think OCE will be basically the next big step because it will allow to use different tools that are already compatible in this direction. So, but I say it's not for me at least alone. It's not an easy task to do. But yeah. Another question is, one of the problems that Linux containers have is security container authentication that was bolted on Docker Hub post factum. Are you going to introduce image signing for the pod images? So the solution that I asked is to share recipes and to keep private image registry. That is how I would solve it. I would solve the problem entirely. How it's implemented right now is just a web server where you store those artifacts, and sharing basically how to build them, but then you can build them on yourself locally would be my way to distribute them in a wise way, in a secure way. As I said before, creating a registry is basically a different project. It's like, okay, now you have to start to do that properly in a very secure way. The signing obviously is the first thing. You want to have some signature, but then you have to implement, you need some public key. You can do something like that. For instance, I know there are Linux, for instance, I use Arch Linux, and they have a battery of keys that are used to sign the packages. So you can have individual basically able to upload artifacts, and then you have a huge key ring that can be used to verify those artifacts. That could be a solution. But as said, I'm not an expert, and I'm pretty sure I will do some other mistake that I already did in my project. So I'm not super confident on doing that. I see a question in on IRC. Would a makefile framework similar to ports but for images make sense, or is there another direction? The only at the end is what you want is automation, and whatever you can use for that, for me it's fine. I'm using those scripts because to create image. I use scripts because what you do is you have to always discriminate what you're doing in the host system or what you're doing inside the system. So basically, the flavor are not just a script that is executed inside the jail at creation time. It's also, you can also provide some automatic configuration of your pod. For instance, you want to add some mount value, you want to copy a file from outside. So the shell script is executed inside, and then there is another component that can be executed to impose some configurations to your pod. It can be stored basically at the end in your image. So just with makefile seems to me a little bit of a limitation.
We had another question from Mark Johnston on the Zoom chat. He asked, would a functional UnionFS help you?
So if UnionFS could be a good substitute for for overlay FS. So basically in Linux, they have this overlay FS when you have multiple layer of a system that can be meshed, and then only the upper layer. So basically you have kind of literacy here to do that. That could be, I mean, the good part of using ZFS natively is performance. You don't have to think about it. With overlay FS, you know for sure that you cannot write efficiently or read efficiently. So usually what people do is to mount volume externally to have some IO performance on Docker. But yeah, a way to, I guess there is something similar in ZFS to do overlay, but I'm not an expert. The problem with containers is that they use basically all the technology inside an operating system, and I know some of them, but not all of them. I'm not an expert, so maybe yes, but I don't know exactly how Union FS work. Yeah, just reading the chat. Uses ZFS clone to get similar functionality. It's hard to update the clone use as the base FreeBSD image. Yes. So one idea that I have currently to basically create a second layer is not to. So the final image doesn't have layer, but my idea is to have, I have a base image and then on that building another image. So basically you can clone and create a difference and then invert them to the snapshots, create everything, and then basically do a promote, and then you will promote them back to establish the hierarchy. I don't know if it's a good idea. I didn't try it yet, but we'll still keep basically all the information there. And there's another limitation with images. If you want to have a proper registry, currently I'm trying to keep things simple. So basically, if you want one container, there is one image to download. If you want instead to have this hierarchy, you have to keep all a proper database because okay, my image needs another image, so you have to keep the dependencies and download all those dependencies and rebuild them all at the same time. So that is a complication that invalidates the simple model that I'm using, and that's why again images are something that are completely missing when we speak about JS. But I'm open for any help or good idea that can improve the situation. I mean, the point is, what I did is it used relatively simple ideas, but they show the limits somehow. Yeah, I guess using FreeBSD PKG base would be a great step forward. Yes. I didn't want to try. The problem, I have to build somewhere all my package base and then build them. The point is, if you want to create an image with FreeBSD 11, this is not viable. So basically, it's not retro-compatible if you want to build some image that is based on an older FreeBSD. So once it's adopted, yes, for instance, if it's available for 13, it's something that you can do. It's available for 12, but you have to do on your own. I see a lot of discussion about signing images. As said, I'm not a security expert, so I didn't adventure myself on this area because I could just do my thing. I have actually one question for the crowd. The idea that I put there to create a cloud working group, what is the reaction? I mean, there is this feeling in the community that we are somehow losing the train. going to the cloud, or is something that we shouldn't bother at all, and it is just a thing, but we don't care?
Yeah, I mean, I think I don't know. If there's a unified view in the community. In particular, I don't know that like the majority would feel that we shouldn't care. I think we would very much like to have be more competitive in that space than we are. But yeah, you need to find a couple of folks who are willing to work on it with you, that who are also interested in it. So I think calling for a working group is good. I think you can reach out. Like asking today is good. You can also send a mail on developers at, and also like to hackers at, or public forums as well, and just get a group going and form a schedule.
I will try to reach the dev to see. The point is just to coordinate the efforts. I mean, the first step, for instance, would be provide a good standard for images. I mean, working on GCP, I found so a dependency is to have ZFS. You need ZFS volume there. And working on GCP, the images that there are UFS only. And I need to create. And then kind of thing. And okay, I touch a disk, and then I touch a disk, and the virtual machine didn't boot anymore. Yeah, the cloud. So that is something that it would be nice to to have some more coordinated approach, because when you start to work on the cloud, you somehow lose the operating system that is working. You just see those APIs, and then what the developer do is just creating containers that they want to be executed there. And I guess we saw with a couple of vendors say, developers want to use Docker, and they want to deliver Docker somewhere, because the point is, when you have a container, you can move the container in all your stages. You create a container in the build pipeline, then you can test it, and then the exact same artifact can be put in execution in production. So that is the value that is created with the container. So if you cannot provide all the steps in the chain, it's somehow it's not complete, so it cannot be used. Well, I see a lot of movement in the RC channel. And I don't know if there is Baptiste around. I have one very wild idea, was to use the orchestrator to have no Poudriere, basically be able to amplify the parallelism that you have with Poudriere. So at a certain point, being able to compile a lot of things and just using all the worker that you have. So you're not limited by one server, but you can scale up and have for big ports use more CPUs, for other ports use less CPUs, so you can have some optimization run there. But it's somehow a little bit complicated, but somehow it could be doable.
I think we might need to wrap up and head towards our social, so we don't run too far out of time. I know we ran over a little bit on the 14 one. So thank you very much, Luca. That was a very interesting talk. I know I got to see an earlier version of it at Euro as well. So I've been watching. Very interesting stuff. So I think we're going to move on to our closing session next. All right, if our folks can come up on turn our cameras on. Our folks have been working on our team to help make this summit happen. I know we've got a lot more. There you go. Y'all are coming up. So we just want to talk about a few things before we move on to our socials to kind of close out our vendor summit. I know I just mentioned before Luca started that we have a survey, so we would appreciate as many of you folks filling out the survey as you can. Once this is over, we'll leave it up for a few days, but if you could fill it out by, say, Monday or so, that would be helpful for us. We are planning on having a developer summit of some sort, and a virtual one, probably around the time of when BSDCan would have been held. But we'll send out more details when we get a little more firm plans in terms of timelines and schedules and what type of events we will have at that summit. For this summit, I want to thank all our speakers for the talks that they gave from different companies and different committers and so forth. So thank you to all our speakers. I want to thank all of you folks for coming and attending and showing up for our first virtual vendor summit and helping us be productive as a group. And all the folks also who chaired discussions for our discussion groups as well as speakers. I also want to thank the foundation, the FreeBSD Foundation, for sponsoring a lot of folks spending time researching and a lot of work that went into this from our team, a lot of folks you can see on the screen, spending time doing walkthroughs, figuring out how things are going to work with Zoom and trying to use Zoom in different ways than some of us might have used it before, certainly for me. And trying to see and just trying out different things. So I do, and so the team. So let's see. Lauren says she can only see me. So do we have it in gallery view?
I changed it.
Okay. All right. So hopefully you can
We'll
see all these folks who've been working hard to make this work. And so I really appreciate all the folks on this call. We've had several weekly calls. They were doing tech trials or run-throughs. A lot of planning that went into this. So I really appreciate the folks that you see on the screen now who really worked really hard to make this work. And then lastly, the way we are going to close out, we're going to switch now to a kind of social thing, and we can't do it in Zoom webinar. So we're going to have to move to another Zoom meeting where we're going to have breakout rooms. And so Anne is going to post a link to that in the Zoom chat. The way that this works though, we're not going to be able to stream the breakout room. So this is going to close kind of the streaming part of our summit. Let's take a break for about 5 minutes, give everybody a chance to stretch your legs, whatever they need to do. And those of you who would like to participate in our kind of social session, please join the Zoom link that Anne has sent. And then we're all going to kind of start out in one big room, and we're going to let Zoom shuffle us into some small breakout rooms and just have some time talking with each other, getting to know each other better, and just hanging out. So.
But before you go, I do want to do a quick thank you to you, actually, John, for emceeing this and getting us through all of our transitions and all of what's going to happen next. So you did a great job. I just want to thank you for that. So leading the way.
Okay, thanks. Okay, well, thank you all. Those of you who are going to continue, we'll see you in a few minutes, about 5 minutes or so, in the big Zoom room. But for everyone else, thank you for attending. Hope you found this informative and useful, that you had a good time spending with us over the past 3 days. And we look forward to seeing you next.